Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment.
Sean, in segment 5, we do have a video playback. Andy Reid joined the better. Not sure how to take that, right? No, it was some girl that I guess he asked to leave the house.
The BetMGM Network Sunday service starts now. With Sean Marash
I will punch you in your stupid face, and I hate the Knicks.
and Pat Boyle,
That's probably why I'm not a GM in the NFL, but if I was, I would probably take a huge swing on Michael Penix.
turning your faith into fortune.
Few things in the gambling world I can't wait to bet more than the Jets under right now.
While serving up hotcakes and hot takes. This is Sunday's Bets, presented by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM.
Wake the heck up! A spring ahead daylight savings edition of Sunday's Bets here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Sean Morris, joined as always by Pat Boyle as we approach mid-March, dare I say, a week away from Selection Sunday and the college basketball regular season concluding a little bit later on today for the most part as we get into all the conference tournaments throughout the week. That really does begin March Madness. And, of course, legal tampering in the NFL on Monday. The sports world's alive. Hello, Pat. How are you?
Good morning, Shawnee. Good morning, my friend. The madness is here. The madness has already arrived. Don't get it twisted, Sean. We've already got a ticket punched to the big dance. We've already got a ticket punched. We've already got some madness. The team that I call games for, LIU, they blew a nearly 20-point lead and lost in their conference tournament semifinals. We've got teams whose seasons are over. We've got teams on the bubble making some leaps. We got teams getting off the bubble. Get off me, bubble says. So, and like you said, we've got deals coming down in the NFL. We've got trades happening in the NFL. We've got Geno Smith on a new team. We will get to that throughout the show. But man, you're right. The sports world is alive. Whatever dead period you may feel, whatever winter sadness, whatever blues you might feel after the Super Bowl, they're over. Here we go. NFL free agency this week. March Madness is already here. NBA and NHL playoffs are a month away. Let's go.
Let's have some fun this morning. So, Pat, obviously yesterday, a huge day in college basketball. Buzzer beater by St. John's, a buzzer beater by Alabama. Indiana comes back, takes care of Ohio State. Of course, the Duke-North Carolina game, for those who bet Duke -5.5 first half, not exactly the outcome you wanted, but just a splendid day all around in college hoops. And let's get going with hot takes and hot cakes.
Grab your morning coffee. It's time for Hot Cakes and Hot Takes from Sean Marash and Pat Boyle on the BetMGM Network.
All right, Pat, there were two things on my mind yesterday as I got nestled in from basically 2 o'clock on the college hoop slate. And that was, all right, these are enormous, let's say, gut check regular season games for two teams that are well locked up to be top seeds in their conference tournaments. And that was going to be Alabama. Auburn obviously taking on Alabama again, Duke taking on North Carolina again. I figured good time to check in on our top two seeds here, and let's figure out gut check time. And I think you saw, to me, Pat, a difference that between the two teams that has been there all year, lurking all year, and a difference that only matters when it comes to a one-and-done scenario in the college basketball tournament. And that difference is reliance on your star. And for that matter, at +325, Auburn is the favorite right now at BetMGM to cut down the nets and win the national championship, with Duke right behind them at +350. If I only could place one ticket, I'm taking the +350 for Duke for reasons beyond the value. That's a little higher than +325. Man, look, Duke obviously weathered a blow when Cooper Flagg gets three fouls. And here comes North Carolina to end that first half. But in the second half, it was just the complete distribution of points up and down that Duke starting lineup that allows them to pull away from, I get it, not your grandfather's North Carolina team. And on the flip side, in what was a great back and forth overtime game, stuff of which we haven't seen from the Iron Bowl in a long time, but on a basketball court, Auburn again, if Johnny Brown ain't the one taking the big shot, if he misses a big free throw late in the fourth quarter, if he misses a big shot like that, and if he falls asleep defensively to take a step up as Alabama's driving down the lane as time expires in overtime, I just look at the Auburn Tigers, and I'm sorry, I just think they're too reliant on their star where Duke can get away from moments without Cooper Flagg. So ultimately, it doesn't mean Auburn can't win, won't win, but my better value after watching both of those games as closely as we could yesterday, Duke at +350, the better play to cut down the nets as the national champion.
Yeah, I'll have a take on Duke for a futures in just a bit, but I think that the debate that everybody that has been kind of talking about for weeks, for months, really, the entire season, is the Wooden Award. It's the National Player of the Year, and I think we had that if it wasn't settled before yesterday, and I know that there's still conference tournaments. I know that there is still the beginning of March Madness, because unless something changed, I believe the Wooden Award does count for the entire season. I think it's announced right before the Final Four, but for the most part, you've still got 5-6 games, perhaps, maybe even more, 7-8 games, depending on if Auburn and Duke both win their conference championships, both get to the Final Four. We've still got a good amount of games here for things to change. And I'm not saying that you should go and rush and bet this, because if you haven't by now, the value isn't there. And to me, it would be a dumb bet. Yeah, it's likely to win, but it would be a dumb bet. But for me, in my opinion, I don't think it's going to change much. I'm not going to put money on it and risk losing something that I have to place more than 2 times the amount of dollars on just to win my stake back. But I do think that the Wooden Award is over. I think Cooper Flagg is going to win it, and I think he's the best player in the country on the best team in the country. And for anybody that was making that argument for Janai Broom for Auburn, well, that's no longer the case. The rankings won't show it on Monday. Duke's going to be the number 1 team in the country now. Auburn's going to drop to 2, maybe even 3. But Cooper Flagg has always been the best player in the country this year. Now he can finally say, I'm the best player on the best team in the country. Duke is that. And they have just been steamrolling teams here down the stretch. And to get into this game from last night, Sean, they go up immediately by 15. It's like, whoa. UNC on their own floor can't even keep this game. Can't even keep this a close game on. I don't even remember if it was senior night, but whatever. It's the final home regular season game here. They can't even keep this game close. They're going to get waxed again by Duke. And then Cooper Flagg gets that 3rd foul, playing way too aggressive, playing way too emotional, and UNC chips away. They start chipping away there. Van Allen Lubin starts hitting some shots. RJ Davis starts hitting some shots. And just like that, a 15-point lead totally evaporates for Duke. And even then, coming out of the half, North Carolina's playing well. They've got a 6-point lead with under 13 to go. And as somebody that bet the Tar Heels plus 9.5, and I sprinkled on the money line, I was feeling pretty damn good about myself last night. I'm thinking, you know what? Sometimes you can change the names. You can change the faces. You can change the uniforms. Duke wearing the black unis last night, the throwback black and blue unis. And then Cooper Flagg takes over. Cooper Flagg starts taking over with his defense. 4 block shots despite playing with 3 fouls for the entire second half. Con Knippel, one of the best names in college basketball, he starts hitting threes. And Duke shows you why they are a wagon. They show you why they have been destroying teams all year long. And Cooper Flagg showed why he's the best player in college basketball. He starts hitting some of those tough mid-ranges. UNC starts to throw double teams at him. He starts dishing the rock. Why UNC didn't attack him on defense early in the second half, I'm not sure. Because then once it got under the 10-minute mark and they do start to attack him, he's like, all right, if I pick up the 4th foul, whatever, and he's swatting away shots. They're trying to get to the rim. Not happening. And then the posterizing slam to solidify it, where he basically takes off from the elbow and just almost goes through the backboard as he's dunking it home. And I don't know, I'm a decent lip reader, but it looked like he said, I own this state. I own this state. I think it was his parents in the stands. His mom's going, on your bleeping head. Like, all right, take it easy, lady. But either way, Cooper Flagg and Duke blew a 15-point lead. They were down by 6. He's playing with 3 fouls, and they still go on a 29-10 run to end the game. They cover. I'm sitting there thinking, you got to be kidding me. But like many of you who might have bet against UConn last year and you found out the hard way, I am not going to be betting against Duke in the NCAA tournament. And, Sean, I do think them to win the national championship is a good bet. I think Duke to make the Final Four right now, minus 140. I think that's a slap of a bet. I don't see this team getting stunned by a 2 seed or a 3 seed or a 4 seed in the Elite 8 or the Sweet 16. They are head and shoulders above most of the rest of the country. I would love to see Duke versus Auburn in the national championship, and we could see Cooper Flagg versus Janai Broom. But Cooper Flagg's going to win the Wooden Award, and Duke's going to make the Final Four at the minimum because they are that damn good. Even on a day where they didn't play that well in the first half. And North Carolina, for as mediocre as they had been, they were on fire going into this game. They were blowing out teams by 15, 20 points for the last 6-7 contests. And they weathered the Duke storm, and the Blue Devils still end up covering, winning by 13. It was never really even a contest over the final 10 minutes.
I love it, Pat. Pat, by the way, in that whole amble, was that actually your hot take, was on the Wooden Award?
Yes.
How about that? You know, that's why you're the best, Pat. That's why you're the best. You slide it in, you combine it all like a good peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I will say, if you were Johnny Public yesterday, just real quickly, top 3 most bet teams yesterday most bet on the tickets, BetMGM, St. John's plus the 3.5, they get the buzzer beater. Duke minus 9.5, as Pat just laid out, them pulling away. And Alabama plus 7.5, they beat Auburn outright. So a good day to be on the public side at BetMGM yesterday. 3 most bet spread tickets. Bang! Money in your pocket, Joe Public.
Sean, I just will say, too, to combat, because like I said, it's not really a hot take. Cooper Flagg is minus 220 right now on BetMGM.
No, I understand.
Yeah, he's
but
minus.
A cake's a cake, man. A bet's a bet.
Yeah,
no
like I said, I'm not betting it. I'm not betting it, nor I haven't placed a bet on this on the Wooden Award all year. I would not advise betting Cooper Flagg at minus 220. I think that's a dumb bet because crazy things could happen. Duke could get stunned in the quarterfinals of the ACC tournament, and Jani Broome could average 20 points a game, and Auburn wins the SEC championship. And then we're looking at these odds probably being flipped. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. And honestly, I don't think it would be a bad bet to bet Jani Broome at this point, and then you'd be hoping for something like that to happen. But I don't see it happening. With my money, if I were to tell you to put your money on something, I wouldn't bet Jani Broome. I don't think it's a dumb bet, but I wouldn't make that bet just because I do think Cooper Flagg and Duke probably get to the ACC championship. They probably win it. I don't know if they lose another game the rest of the year, and I think that it would take a crazy sequence of events. It would take Duke getting knocked out early in the conference tournament. It would take Duke getting knocked out in like the second round of the Sweet 16 of the tournament, while Auburn makes a deep run for Jani Broome to win the Wooden Award. I don't see it happening.
We will have plenty more college hoops throughout the show. Coming up in a few moments, we're going to look at that ACC tournament. We're going to talk, obviously, Big Ten a little bit later on. Michigan State back at it here. Spartans continue to charge and lurk up on the odds for a national championship. But, Pat, the other big story that we're going to talk about throughout the show as well, Friday evening, if you're on the East Coast at least, we find out Geno Smith on the move to the Las Vegas Raiders. Without kind of giving anything away, let me just ask you this. Do you think that will end up ultimately being the most shocking move of the NFL offseason when all said and done?
Yeah, probably. We might see another surprise. Maybe the offseason. I don't think we will. In the draft, again, I said it last week. I could see Jackson Dart getting drafted number 3 overall by your New York Giants if they can't get either Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. But in terms of the offseason, no, I don't see another move that rivals that. It would have had to have been Matt Stafford getting traded. I mean, Geno Smith, he's not a top 10 quarterback, but he's top 15. I would have him probably the 14th or 15th best quarterback in the NFL going into 2025. So yeah, you have a multiple years starting quarterback on a fringe playoff team that now gets traded to the Raiders. Yeah, I don't see a surprise. I don't see a bigger surprise than that.
Yeah, which is interesting. And what Seattle does next is going to be interesting. A lot of reports and eyes on Sam Darnold, which, again, feels like the Spider-Man meme. I feel like you're looking at the same flawed guy in Geno Smith and Sam Darnold. I guess Geno now has shown it for a couple more years than Sam Darnold has as well. But wait for that chip to fall. Then we'll wait for the Aaron Rodgers chip to fall. It is going to be a fascinating next couple days across the NFL for sure. Ultimately, though, I'm left just asking this question. I'm going to ask it to the audience throughout the show. I mean, what exactly is the Pete Carroll era looking to accomplish here in Las Vegas? Because in that division, if you think Geno Smith is going to be the quarterback that comes in for the next couple of years and competes with Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, I think the Pete Carroll era is going to be left feeling much geriatric to Raider fans. But hey, at least you get that daytime blackjack going to Vegas. All right. Mouth's getting a little dry. I got to be honest with you. My mouth was getting a little dry there as we opened the segment. Patty, it's all right. We're going to lift ourselves up, put one butt cheek at a time on that seat, and plow through. This is Sunday's Bets on the BetMGM Network. GTFO and Oh Yeah later on in the show are our best bets as well. Sunday Scaries, Patty's Beef Bet. I got a hockey degeneration bet. We got plenty to come up. But as we said, if you're tuning in, looking to get your knuckles cracked on some college hoops, we look inside the ACC tournament and the Duke Blue Devils like we were just talking about. Are they a shoo-in to run through this week in the ACC? It's Sean Morris. It's Pat Boyle. It's Sunday's Bets. It's the BetMGM Network. Let's go.
Winners, locks, and long shots. Sean Marash and Pat Boyle have your Sunday slate covered. It's Sunday's Bets on the BetMGM Network. Get your bets in and your bankroll up. This is Sunday's Bets with Sean Marash and Pat Boyle, only on the BetMGM Network.
And that is going to do it. Duke took a punch late in the first and early in the second, but rallied to win by 13, and they are the outright ACC regular season champions.
Duke, but that big rally we hit on at the top of the show, takes down North Carolina, the number 1 seed in the ACC tournament, the favorite. We just gave you all the reasons why. Now, Pat, obviously at plus 350 for Duke to win the tournament. We had talked about that bet, and, still really good odds for them going to the Final Four, all of that. ACC tournament week, conference tournament week, though, is different because, as we know with some of these 1 seeds, there are times where that doesn't necessarily completely chalk it up, where their foot is absolutely on the gas in their semifinal or conference championship once they've already won the regular season title, once they kind of know for sure that enough of their conference tournaments passed that they will be a 1 seed. I say that to say, when we talk about these 1 seeds coming up in the tournament, we'll talk about Houston a little bit in the Big 12. We'll talk about, of course, Auburn. Why am I saying that like that? Of course, Auburn in the SEC title, in the SEC tournament. I look at Duke right now, ACC tournament. All right, obviously favorites. The other 2 ranked teams in the ACC right now, Clemson and Louisville, have something to say about that. But when I look up and down, you have this 9-game win streak for Louisville. Hasn't exactly been extremely tested. Their last, win over one of these ranked teams in their conference, Clemson, all the way back on January 7th. They lost by 11 at Duke. We're talking about they haven't played Duke since December 8th. So Louisville in the mix here, red hot team. They haven't lost since February the 1st. To me, that's the only other team I'm giving riding the hot hand a chance here in this ACC tournament. Other than that, I don't think Duke ultimately will let their foot off the gas.
Yeah, and, we have the odds here for the ACC tournament winner, Duke minus 325.
Think about how heavy a favorite that is. You can't bet that.
No, you can't, unless you're parlaying them with another, like Auburn. I wouldn't even bet Auburn to win the SEC tournament, but like Duke with any other team in a Power 5 conference that you think, or, can win the tourney, maybe. Even then, they're minus 325 to win the conference tournament. That's crazy. That's crazy. Just off principle, you can't bet that. You shouldn't put it in a parlay. I wouldn't do it. The 2 seed, like you said, Sean, is Louisville. 3 seed is Clemson. There, again, I don't really. I'm probably not going to bet this tournament, but, we're breaking down the odds because there's a lot of people that will. And I would tell you that your best bet you can make is whoever you think wins that Clemson-Louisville semifinal, if both of them make it there. That's who you should place your bet on. Like, don't bet North Carolina. Again, if they couldn't beat Duke at home when Cooper Flagg got 3 fouls and they had a 6-point lead after being down by 15 and they still lose by double digits and don't cover, they're not beating them on a neutral site. Wake Forest, I think North Carolina probably could beat them, but again, you'd have to go through Duke. So your best bet that in terms of the odds that you could make is the lower half of the bracket, and that's Louisville as the 2 seed, Clemson as the 3, the next 2 highest seeds, SMU as the 6, and Stanford as the 7. But I would probably, if I was going to bet this, I would probably take Clemson. That's a team that I look at that has got great size. They're a very good rebounding team. They shoot the 3 ball pretty well, 38%. That's one of the best marks in the ACC. They don't shoot it that great overall, but, they've got 4 guys that average double figures, led by Chase Hunter, who's a really, really excellent guard. So I would probably bet Clemson. But, again, I think if you're looking to bet the ACC tournament, you want to bet that bottom half because you want to stay out of the way of Duke. So Louisville going into the tournament is plus 550, plus 450, excuse me. Clemson is plus 550. I would be staying totally away from the top half of that bracket because, again, I told you, last year there was a lot of people that thought they were smart and that they were savvy betting against UConn in the NCAA tournament. And who knows? Like you said, Sean, the conference tournaments can get wacky. Teams, as much as you think 18 to 22-year-olds would be motivated to win their conference tournament, Duke hasn't won the ACC tournament since 2019, and the top seed, I would say 50% of the time win the conference tournament. I have to probably get an official number for you on that one, but
yeah,
wacky. Yeah, that's a total. That's a total guess, but it probably feels that way. So again, if you're going to bet the ACC tournament, you're looking to bet against Duke. I would not be taking on a team that's going to have to play them before the championship. Louisville, Clemson would be your best bet. Whoever you think is going to win that semifinal game if they both get there.
Okay, just flipping over to the Big 12 here for a second. Houston, of course, the favorite to go win through the Big 12 conference tournament. We've talked about whether you trust them as just that defensive lockdown team to get to a Final Four. But in terms of this week coming up, I can just tell you, obviously the Big 12 has been topsy-turvy all year. You saw another flaw in Arizona, who had lost, last week to Iowa State yesterday, just inexcusable versus a Kansas team that hasn't been able to get out of their own way. I'm out, of course, on Arizona. Iowa State punched back. Obviously, they had a rough double overtime loss earlier in the week to BYU, another, obviously, Big 12 contender. But when I look all around, I still think Houston is going to find the way. I think their slip up, their trip up is going to come pre-Final Four. I like them to come out and win the Big 12, but the only other team I'd ride besides Houston in this spot, Iowa State. Again, get rid of Arizona for me, BYU, but to me, Iowa State, Pat, the only team I trust this week outside of Houston in that Big 12 conference tournament.
Yeah.
And Iowa State plus 800. Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, look, I love Arizona. I love Caleb Love, but man, it feels like if you're waiting for that team to get hot and play good enough defense for an entire conference tournament, let alone an entire NCAA tournament, like you're waiting on a rainbow. They have too many lapses defensively, too many periods where they just go through stagnation on offense, and it's for as great of a coach as they have and Tommy Lloyd, that's just sometimes you're watching that team and you're like, this team's not that good. This team's just not that good. And again, they proved it yesterday. Kansas, who's having a down year, and Arizona, they come out of the gate and they can't stop Hunter Dickinson. That's the one guy you have to take away. And it looks like they just didn't have a plan. So yeah, I'm out on Arizona to do anything in the conference tournament or in the NCAA tournament. I wouldn't mind taking on Houston, honestly. And Sean, I kind of share similar sentiments to you. Houston, by the way, minus 130 to win the conference tournament. I would be looking to bet against them. As stifling as that defense is, we see it every year, Sean. You're waiting for that game where they just shoot 30% from the field and they can't hit a three to save their life. And a gritty win for them yesterday, going on the road and beating Baylor, locking up most likely a 1 seed for the NCAA tournament. Again, if they lose in their first game in the Big 12 tournament, things could change. But I wouldn't mind taking on Houston in the Big 12 tournament, and that is probably most likely then the 5-4 matchup, which is Iowa State and it is BYU. I do like Iowa State. They've had some injuries to their top 2 players at points in this season, but it does look like Curtis Jones and Keyshawn Gilbert for the most part should be ready to go here for the conference tournament. So that's a decent bet. I wouldn't mind taking a shot at BYU at plus 1,000 either. And I think a lot of people, rightly so, they usually play at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, have slept on BYU, but their offense has been on fire for the last really month of the season here. They've won 8 games in a row. They shoot the lights out. That's a team where, look, you're looking for a long shot. You're looking for a team to take on here at huge odds. I think Richie Saunders and the BYU Cougars, who, again, you look at their numbers across the season, not a great shooting team, but they have been red hot lately. So, again, some of their guys that shoot the three well, Trevin Nell, Richie Saunders, I can see those guys getting hot for just a couple of games. And I do like the Iowa State pick that you had, Sean. But if you're looking for a long shot to win the Big 12 conference tournament, again, I don't mind taking on Houston in this tournament. And I think BYU at plus 1,000, whoever wins that BYU Iowa State game, I can see them beating Houston and then winning the Big 12 title, where you have Arizona and Texas Tech as the top seeds on the bottom half of that bracket.
Plus 400 as well, yeah, for Texas Tech, second best odds behind Houston, heavy favorited at 130. We'll talk SEC tournament, the Big East in a little bit as well, but let's just go back into the NFL as we, weave and wob. Weave and wob? I don't think that's the right. Bob and weave. Bob and weave, not weave and wob.
Words are tough.
Yeah. We're bobbing and weaving. So this part of March, obviously, NFL free agency time, right into the conference championship time. We talked about Geno Smith going to the Raiders. What's next for Seattle? Let me just say this. When we get through this week in free agency, Pat, as we set up for the NFL draft and you get early looks at, potential win total numbers, I am not sure there is going to be a number that truly gets low enough that will scare me away from betting the under on the Seattle Seahawks this year, Pat. Really. I mean, the DK Metcalf trade requests, Lockett probably not coming back. You've already dumped off on Geno now. If the answer truly is going to be Sam Darnold, he doesn't go back to Minnesota, he signs with Seattle. If this is really shaping up, I don't trust him as far as I could throw him anyway, the way a season ended, especially if they're not going to have basically their two receivers outside of JSN left. And that team screams to me a team ultimately, Pat, that is picking in the top 5 of the NFL draft next year, that is going to be right in the mix, despite the fact they've signed Sam Darnold, to draft a quarterback and what everybody will deem a better quarterback draft class. I don't know where. My guess is it's still going to sit somewhere 7.5, 8. Like they will lean that way in that division. I'm telling you, I think the Seattle Seahawks have 4-win potential next year if Sam Darnold's their answer and they're really dumping off guys.
Wow. I mean, on the surface, it's a valid point. I disagree, though. Their
defense is loaded. I understand that, but
the defense isn't loaded, but they got so much better throughout that season. I believe in Mike McDonald first and foremost. And hey, look, he was a rookie head coach. Things could take a turn for the worse here because you saw it with your team and the Giants. Brian Daboll, first-year head coach, he wins NFL Coach of the Year. The Giants go to the playoffs. They win 9 games, and then things have turned, looked like a landslide since. But for the Seahawks, they win 10 games this year, a defense that was pretty miserable in that the early middle stretch of the season where they give up 42 to the Lions. And your Giants, when's the last time they scored 29 points? They put up 29 on the Seahawks in Seattle. Then their defense really figured it out after the bye week. So
Malik Neighbors in that game, by the way.
No Malik Neighbors either, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there was no Neighbors in that game.
That defense has a lot of young studs. Reek Woolen, Devin Witherspoon, Kobe Bryant. I trust that the defense is going to hold their own. But obviously, like you said, it doesn't matter if you don't have anybody at the quarterback position. And I would be shocked if they go with Sam Howell. Him and Jaron Hall, I think, are the only QBs they have on the roster right now. So I would be stunned if that's who Seattle wants to roll with. Sam Darnold seems like a perfect fit for them now if Minnesota doesn't want to re-sign him and pay him $40 million a year. Geno Smith's contract wasn't too far off of that. So it feels like that could be a 1-for-1 replacement there. One former Jets quarterback for another former Jets quarterback. And I could see with Seattle's defense, again, them winning 8-9 games again next year. Like I do think that they're going to be too good to tank and too bad to make the playoffs. Again, we'll see what happens in the rest of free agency here. That could change my opinion. But if it is Sam Darnold, maybe it's Aaron Rodgers to Seattle. Like maybe that's his landing spot if they get really desperate there. But I just think this NFC West, if the 49ers bounce back, okay, we can maybe assume that. But then you have to assume a lot of other things. If the Rams are as good as they were last year with no Cooper Kupp and another year of Matt Stafford, if Kyler Murray and the Cardinals can finally ever figure it out, which that team had about as soft as a finish as you could have last year. So there was a lot of ifs in that NFC West. There's a lot of room for Seattle to stay competitive within it. I don't know if I agree with you on that one, Shawnee, that I'm ready to just cast them out as a top 5 picking team in the draft next year.
I think the Rams are going to win that division. If Arizona stays the course of Kyler Murray, I think they're going to take another step. I hate the look of Seattle in that division, and I caution anybody, depending on what this contract is, on what you're going to do with Sam Darnold if you're giving him anything more than the first 2 years guaranteed. I do have some thoughts on the Las Vegas Raiders, and I do believe that it could tie into you making money on draft night, and I do think it'll make you think again twice for all the flowers we threw at the feet of the Raiders for hiring Pete Carroll. Yes, Shawnee's got Raider thoughts. We're going to give those after we talk the SEC conference tournaments, the Big East conference tournaments. Conference tournament week is upon us. Quickly, Pat, are you a tournament or a tournament guy?
Tournament.
Me
although
too.
I
get a lot of hate for not saying tournament. I get a lot of
hate
hate
I
for
can
that.
never hate on anybody that does say tournament because of Ben Stiller and dodgeball. Spare me. I won that tournament. So I can never hate on anybody for saying tournament.
I think it very much is a where you are in the country type of person if you're tournament or tournament. But I guess I said tournament a bunch last week, and I had several people tweet at me, "Stop saying tournament. It's tournament." I think we could all agree. Potato, potato. Tomato, tomato. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries for the rest of your days. All right. Yeah, that's right. I dropped a line.
By the way, Shawnee, Patty's got tennis bets. Indian Wells, 5th Slam. Out in the desert.
Okay, that's at the top of the hour. What are we doing?
Maybe, maybe not. You'll have
Maybe.
to stay tuned and find out.
Stay tuned to find out. All right, more nonsense from Patty and me. Sunday's Bets, BetMGM Network.
Bet smarter, win bigger. This is Sunday's Bets with Sean Marash and Pat Boyle on the BetMGM Network. props, parlays. If it's bettable, we're talking about it. You're tuned in to Sunday's Bets on the BetMGM Network.
Meshack won it for Tennessee. Is someone doing it today? Here goes Sears. He just did it. Oh, are you serious? Clark Sears on the road with the winner for Alabama, and they get the revenge they wanted. Crimson Cranes in front of the Jungle.
What a difference a week makes. What a difference a week makes. They lose on a last-second shot to Tennessee. You know what? Justice was served to them in a way.
Carl Ravitch, Dickie V, of course, on ESPN. Sears catalogs one in at the buzzer to beat Auburn yesterday on Senior Day to give the Crimson Tide a win and basically have the reverse on what happened to them versus Tennessee a week ago, as you heard Dickie V allude to in that clip. Look, obviously not a back-breaking loss for Auburn in terms of the regular season in any way, shape, or form. If anything, maybe it's a little bit of a wake-up call to them. I mean, too many missed free throws at times. Ultimately, though, it sets them up still as the favorite in what is going to be, I think, a fun SEC tournament because Alabama is obviously very live here. Tennessee, who I've loved, I think they're 10-1 to win the SEC tournament. Florida, who has made obviously such a charge the last month up the rankings, Pat. So SEC tournament time, we talked about Duke going through the ACC. We talked about Houston going through the Big 12. As much as we all do love Auburn, I just think with the way that top half of the SEC is loaded, I don't know that I could confidently bet on them to survive this week and survive this tournament, especially if they get to that championship or the semifinal. We know that, obviously the 1 seed is well in their pocket for the NCAA tournament, but could be a fun week in the SEC.
Yeah, it should. And I'm going to treat this tournament, however you want to say it. I'm going to treat this tournament like I do most conference tournaments. And, if I want to put $5, $10 on a futures bet and then see game by game how I'm feeling here, what team, I see have the mojo before my eyes. But, Shawnee, you can make the argument for Auburn. Obviously, they were the number 1 team in the country. They're probably going to be 2 or 3 on Monday. They've got one of the best players in the country on Janai Broom. They've got shot makers. They've got size. They've got physicality. Make the argument for Alabama. They just beat them on the road yesterday. Nate Oates doing a fantastic job again. Marcus Sears, one of the best veteran scoring point guards in the country. You need that in March. You love Tennessee big time. Zakai Ziegler, all the shot makers that they've got. Florida, who is just an offensive machine. All those teams could beat each other. Auburn, Tennessee, Florida, Alabama. And in terms of the seeding order, Auburn, Florida, Alabama, Tennessee. I could see any 4 of those teams winning it. Honestly, let's be real, right?
Yes.
I know we all like to think we know what's going to happen. That's why we gamble. That's why we bet. But can I interest you, Sean, right now in a plus 15,000 odds bet to win the SEC tournament? Because we see it every year. We see 9 seeds and 10 seeds get to the conference championship final. Let us not forget just last year, the run that NC State went on. And we see it every year, not only in the NCAA tournament, but in conference tournaments, teams that go from off the bubble to on the bubble to in the tournament. And this is a team that right now is probably getting in. They're probably one of the last 4 into the tournament, but not guaranteed a spot. And maybe you can say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Coach Calipari and the Arkansas Razorbacks.
That's
Coach
Wildcat.
Cal just said yes.
That's Wildcat.
Coach Cal just said yesterday, everyone put us in a coffin. They just forgot the nails. After a brutal start for the Arkansas Razorbacks. Don't look now. Here they come. 19-12 off the bubble. Right now, probably in the tournament. They started the SEC by losing their first 5 games, and now in the last 4 out of 5, they've scored 86 points or more. Jonas Aidoo, who was supposed to be a big transfer for them, has been brutal. I mean, let's be honest, for most of this season. Yesterday, he goes for 21 points and 10 rebounds in a last-second thrilling win over 25th-ranked Mississippi State. And the Arkansas Razorbacks, they've got the coach. We know they've got the coach. Let's not forget they've got John L. Davis, who, if you get lost in all the great players in the SEC, John L. Davis from FAU, that Final Four run, he's on Arkansas in his first season. Yes, he is. They've got, like I said, Jonas Adu, who's been really just so underperformingly mediocre this year, and then boom, 21-10 yesterday. I'm not saying that they should win the tournament. They shouldn't, right? Because they have been. You can't trust them as far as you could throw them this year. Arkansas, a team that should have been in the top 25.
Could you imagine being a Kentucky fan and watching Arkansas run through the conference tournament on some kind of magical run? Boy, that would be.
Well, look, I mean, Mark Pope, what he's done with Kentucky this year, Kentucky fans should be happy right now, right? They're the better team. They're ranked in the top 25. They're going to be a better seed. But look, man, we know March brings some crazy things every year, and plus 15,000 odds for me. Then they're only that deep of an odds. They're only that large of a favorite because they have to play the first round against South Carolina, who they already lost to on the road by 19. I get it. I'm banking on that they win that game. Then they would get Ole Miss. Then they would get Auburn. And like you said, Sean, sometimes you know that your number one seed your one seed on the line is intact. Auburn, that's going to be the first game they would play. If Arkansas is playing Auburn, that means they've already won 2 games. They're accustomed to the neutral site. They're accustomed to the hoops. They're accustomed to the environment. I can see Arkansas. I will be betting Arkansas to cover and on the money line if they play Auburn in the SEC quarterfinals. And I am going to put $10 on Arkansas to win the SEC tournament, plus 15,000 odds. This isn't your Eric Musselman Razorbacks. This is your John Calipari Razorbacks. Give me the Hogs. Woo pig. I can see Arkansas winning this whole thing.
I love it. I just love the storyline of Cal being in the SEC. Not going to happen, but it's a fun bet to tail. 150 to 1. Not going to happen in this loaded SEC, Pat. Hate to dump cold water, but I understand your point. It's March. This is what March is all about. Pat, real quickly, can I get an update from you and Brandon on the team you guys have been hyping up behind the scenes, Central Connecticut? Did we get through this conference tournament yet? What are we looking at?
Yeah, so for the folks that are just watching us for the first time or maybe didn't hear this conversation, we are both NEC broadcasters. That's right, the Northeast Conference. I call games for LIU. Brandon calls games for Chicago State. LIU beat Chicago State a couple of days ago. By the way, I made it on SportsCenter. No big deal, Shawnee. Got a shout out from Scott Van Pelt from SVP. Just another
Did you
day,
really?
right?
Yeah. I mean, act like you've been there before. Hand the ball to the ref. You are hosting here on Sunday's Bets on the BetMGM network, but nonetheless, look for your bows. That's fine. Not me.
Well,
I'd be more
I'm sure
humble about it, but
you hit those.
I'm
drops
sure
every damn time.
Stepping on his drops. Stepping on Brandon's drops. I'm sure Brandon saw the half-court 360 alley-oop dunk that Chicago State had in the conference tournament quarterfinals. So, a very popular catchphrase I feel like a couple of years ago was like, oh, you're going to see that on Top Plays. That's going to be on SportsCenter. Instead, I said after I capped the call, I said, somebody call SVP right now. And I guess somebody sent that to him. And SVP goes, apparently I got shouted out by Pat Boyle, and then they play the highlight. I mean, as if SVP knows who the hell I am. But I thought that was fun. That was a nice little pat myself on the pat myself on the shoulder moment. So anyway, LIU with the Knicks legend Rod Strickland as their head coach, they blew a 15-point lead at halftime yesterday and lost to St. Francis of PA, the Red Flash, not the Red Storm, the Red Flash. Central Connecticut, who has been a mid-major wagon this year, 24-6 now, I believe, on the season. They blew a near 20-point lead and nearly lost at home to FDU. Remember the Cinderella of all Cinderellas a couple of years ago when they knocked off Purdue. Central Connecticut held on to win in overtime. So the Blue Devils of Central Connecticut State are going to play St. Francis in the championship game on Tuesday. I didn't see if there's a spread out yet. They're probably going to be 9.5 or 10-point favorites. It's at home. The NEC doesn't do neutral sites, so they've got home court advantage Tuesday night. That'll be on national TV. And I still do think, despite a near collapse and a shocking loss yesterday, I think the Blue Devils could be a 15 seed, which hasn't happened for the Northeast Conference in over a decade. And I could see them, Sean, right? I mean, it's not crazy anymore to say a 15 seed or a 16 seed is going to win. I could see them possibly making history in the first round of the NCAA tournament.
This is why March is great. because we have somebody like Pat who can give us a little insight, and maybe that becomes the Sunday's Bets, mid-major, mid-low major, to go make a run here, and we get behind them, and we could claim them as our team, even though you or Brandon, neither of you actually call their games, and I have nothing to do with it. But they will be our team, our Central. What are they? The Central Connecticut Wagoneers? What are they?
Nope. Just like Duke, they're the Central Connecticut State Blue Devils.
Blue Devils. Blue Devils. Isn't it amazing that we don't have enough names for teams, that so many colleges have to double up on mascots so frequently? Kind of a sad world we live in, No?
Well, I mean,
how many Tigers do we need?
And why would a devil be blue? I mean,
yeah, I guess maybe a friendlier devil, the opposite of a red devil, a blue devil, a devil on your shoulder. Speaking of red,
why don't we have a green devil?
He tried the corner and missed.
I didn't step on that one. Also, real quickly, Big East tournament time. I've seen enough from St. John's and seen enough from this conference as a whole. All right, good for UConn, Nova. I think St. John's is running right through this thing with Rick Pitino. It feels like nobody is going to stop St. John's in this conference tournament here, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, they're too good. And for a team that doesn't shoot the three ball all that well at all, they still find a way to score. Now, again, I know it went to overtime, but even then, I think they have scored 70 points or more in like 15 of their last 16 games. Like, even when they have an off day, they're hitting 70. They're hitting 80 points. They've got incredible size, length. Like, forget who was doing the game yesterday on Fox. They were like, "Oh, it's the first St. John's game I've done." I'm blown away by their physicality. Like, it's relentless pressure, relentless defense for 40 minutes. They've got shot makers, even if it's not 3-pointers. And they weathered a Marquette Storm yesterday on the road. They can win with offense. They can win with defense. They can win with rebounding. Rick Pitino deserves a world of credit for the turnaround he has done once again with the Johnnies. And yeah, look, I mean, if you want to live on a pipe dream like I am with Coach Cal possibly winning the SEC, and you think Dan Hurley and UConn have enough to win the Big East tournament, they're just a different team this year. But if you want to get on that wagon, sure, there's just nobody that's as good as St. John's in that conference.
Hot takes, hot cakes to kick off hour number 2, plus some more thoughts on the NFL offseason at Sunday's Bets on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up next, Sunday's Bets are serving up their hot takes and hot cakes, only on the BetMGM Network.
Sunday service starts now. With Sean Marash.
I will punch you in your stupid face, and I hate the Knicks.
And Pat Boyle.
That's probably why I'm not a GM in the NFL, but if I was, I would probably take a huge swing on Michael Penix.
Turning your faith into fortune.
Few things in the gambling world I can't wait to bet more than the Jets under right now.
While serving up hotcakes and hot takes. This is Sunday's Bets, presented by the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM.
He's Pat Boyle. And if you have that BetMGM app, or if you don't, time to download it. It's raining threes and bonus bets. Here's how you have a chance every Sunday to win some big-time bonus bets by picking a player you think is going to make it rain from downtown. How it works? Easy. Opt into the Sunday Splash Jackpot promotion. Place a $10 or more NBA player three-pointers bet, up to one eligible bet per game on Sunday. If your player scores the most three-pointers on that Sunday, you'll win a share of $50,000 in bonus bets. Pretty good promo. You know, like if this promo that's on a Sunday ran earlier in the week and you had Dante DiVincenzo, my guess is you would have cleaned up and taken a bunch of those $50,000 worth of bonus bets. Look, here we are, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. Find us on YouTube, our beautiful faces. Can you tell I dyed my beard today? At the BetMGM Network, of course, free on the Odyssey app. Listen to us. Take us wherever you are, in your pocket, in your car, the walks with the dogs, the bagel runs, the church runs, whatever you're doing this morning on this beautiful Sunday morning. A week away from Selection Sunday. Patty Boyle will be here. I think, I could be wrong, but I think possibly Rob Brown. I don't know who's in next week. Do you guys know?
Jake Hassan.
Jake Hassan, our friend Jake, will be here as
Prince.
I am off to swim in some clear water and snorkel. But by the time this show is on the air next Sunday, you think about the NFL landscape, how drastic it will look. Obviously, we will be prepping for a tournament bracket to be released. A lot going on in the next week of sports. So legal tampering is tomorrow in the NFL, which is going to get me going here for our hot takes and hot cakes. All right, let's go here. Hour number 2. Again, I can't wait for win totals to start coming out post-free agency, post-draft, and start to trickle out. I told you earlier in the show that Seattle, I guarantee blind bet right now I'm on an under. I think they're going to stink. Pat has a little more confidence in the young players on defense and the coach to step up. But I'll give you another one, and this is just strictly through reading the tea leaves and just strictly based on what happened last year and just strictly looking at the roster potential. I believe the Minnesota Vikings are the definition of a playoff team from a year ago that will, in fact, take a step back here in 2025, and a team that I will probably look to go under on their win total. Let's just start right off the bat. Tough as hell division. And for the Lions, after what happened in the second round last year, losing the NFC Championship game a year ago, now have lost both coordinators. Could I make a case that the Lions take a step back? Sure. But even if they do, that team to step up and snatch the division, I think, is probably the Green Bay Packers. And I'm very interested in what they're going to do in the offseason. And I'm not the biggest Ben Johnson guy just from surface level, but I can't rule him out. What does he do with Caleb Williams in year 2? I look at the Minnesota Vikings and what Kevin O'Connell did with Sam Darnold last year. Incredible. Of course, we understand the wheels fell off and it felt like they ran out of magic pixie dust. But they flirted at least with bringing him back and seeing, having him test the market, all while having J.J. McCarthy, who went through 2 knee surgeries and, a whole cleanup there, sitting and waiting. But if you were that all in on J.J. McCarthy, A, why are you flirting with the idea of bringing Darnold back? And B, now there are reports that if Daniel Jones doesn't come back to Minnesota as a backup, let's say he goes to Indy, the Vikings, according to Ian Rappaport, are live for Aaron Rodgers. And I'm not anti-Aaron Rodgers, at 41 years old, but I'm anti-Aaron Rodgers if you think that's going to go take you up a notch here, go be an NFC Championship team, something like that. I'm believing more and more that the Vikings don't fully believe in J.J. McCarthy, or I don't think this is a discussion. And as a result, Okay, Rodgers at 41. Okay, some kind of J.J. McCarthy cross and hope. And if not, Daniel Jones plays games. Oh, by the way, the Minnesota Vikings don't look now because of trade-ups in the draft. Only have 4 draft picks in this draft. 4! Including none in the second and third round right now. I think if I'm reading that right, I believe Minnesota is not as tooled up to fix and help holes in this roster, and I think it's a major step back to play, and I think it'll be an underplay for me based on everything I anticipate happening this offseason, Pat.
Okay, Shawnee. Okay, I don't really have anything to add because I got a double-barrel NBA bet for you here. So
Let's
you ready?
go. This is where mixing and matching, bro. I gave you an NFL take. You give us the NBA double barrel. By the way, LeBron, what a bitch you were last night. Not for nothing. But anyway, go on. I said it on a Sunday morning. On the Lord's Day. I said it. Flopping all over the place.
Wow.
Celtics, Lakers, exact NBA Finals still in play, though. Let's hope LeBron doesn't miss too much time with the groin. Go on.
Yes. You and I both said, was that last week or I think it was 2 weeks ago, right? That you said exacta Celtics, Lakers. I said Lakers to win the West, Lakers to win the NBA championship. Actually, I got some thoughts on that really quickly because it was the Saturday night primetime game last night. Celtics, Lakers, all the history, Luka and LeBron, Tatum and Jaylen Brown and the Celtics, and LeBron does leave with a groin injury. Is that why you called him? You called him.
Well,
dog there?
And it was, 2 moments last night where he flopped, and this comes at the heels of complaining to Stephen A. Smith that Stephen A. Smith discussed, the pathway for a professional athlete that's making $8 million a year that LeBron tends to forget is also open to criticism, and the path that LeBron put him in, because when LeBron says things like, my son's better than 50% in the NBA, and then he's not, doesn't like getting called on it. It just sets up a week of being a bitch. That's all. Okay.
All right. And that's a very fair point. It's a very fair take there, Shawnee. And I'll leave it at that. Sure. Okay. Because I don't want to get lost in the sauce on the whole LeBron Stephen A. Smith thing. I think that we do have bigger fish. At least I have bigger fish to fry. I want to get a bet to some the American people here, to the great listeners around the globe, wherever you're listening on the Odyssey app. We've got listeners in Germany. We've got friends that I have in Canada that told me they listen to our show every Sunday. So we're worldwide. We're international. And I will say this, just my thoughts on that game last night. How about Al Horford? I mean, how about the game that Al Horford has? It's tough to bet on the NBA. There's a lot of people that don't like betting on the NBA because it is a long season. I mean, every season, every sport now is a long season. There's more games than ever. There's more tournaments than ever. It gets diluted, right? There's, people, the athletes want fewer games. They complain about the season being so long. You don't know what the motivation level is for a team on any given night. But you would think Saturday night primetime, you're going to get the best of these both teams. And how about Joe Mazzulla? If you're a Celtics bettor, which, by the way, I had Celtics -3.5 first half, and Jason Tatum basically dunks the ball at the buzzer to cash that. They were up by 2. They were actually down by 4 for most of that second quarter, and then they basically go on like a 10-2 run in the final 2 minutes of the first half, and up by 2, LeBron misses a shot with 5 seconds left, and Tatum literally just goes 94 feet to dunk it at the buzzer. I was on my feet applauding. My nephews are like, "Why? Uncle Patty, game's not over yet." I was like, "Don't worry, boys. I know the game's not over, but your Uncle Patty is happy right now, right?" I'm not going to start telling them about sports betting. They're like, the oldest is 8 years old.
Why not? You got to start them young.
No, my sister would kill me. Trust me. She would annihilate me. So, long story short there, you get Joe Mazzulla playing Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown 41 minutes, 45 minutes. Al Horford plays like 38 minutes. He was defending Luka and LeBron. I saw a stat. It was like, in terms of teams that get a defensive player in isolation, like Al Horford was targeted 23 times in ISO last night, which is like the second most since they started tracking it like 10, 12 years ago. Or maybe it was the most. And he had the second best points per play efficiency on defense since they started tracking that. Needless to say, for all the nerdy terms I just threw out there, Al Horford locked down like LeBron James and Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves for a decent amount of the game. When they targeted him, when they went against him, he stood his ground. It was just another reminder of how deep the Celtics are, just how phenomenal the Celtics are, how amazing they are, how incredibly difficult it is going to be to knock them off their perch in the East, which is why, Sean, I love your exacta bet of Celtics-Lakers because I think the Lakers make it from the West. I don't see anybody beating the Celtics in the East, not the Cleveland Cavaliers, as good as they've been, as historic as they've been. Boston once again showed you that they treated that game like it was a playoff game. They came to play. They weathered an early storm. They weathered a great night from Luka Doncic. And Tatum, again, the guy is a machine right now. I know in terms of like diehard NBA fans, I think a lot of people don't like Jason Tatum, right? As corny as he was last year, they win the championship. He does like he does the KG thing. We did it! And he's like trying to take the Michael Jordan pictures, like just so over the top corny. But dude, the guy is like a 40-point double-double, near triple-double machine right now. So Boston is in an incredibly good spot. They're going to play Oklahoma City Wednesday. Like, again, that's a team you want to get your money behind. They hit threes at a historic rate. The Celtics are cooking right now. What a game from them last night. LeBron does go down with the groin injury. He tried to play it off. He's probably missing a couple of weeks. So to answer another point we had, Sean, a couple of weeks ago, when they first pulled off the Luka Doncic trade, and I said, just wait a little bit for this team to get cooking. They got cooking awfully fast. And you might have lost some of that value, but you will get some value back now because the Lakers are about to play 6 games in their next 8 days, 2 against the Nuggets, and I forget who the other 2 are going to be against off the top of my head, but it's another good playoff team. And without LeBron James, there is a chance that they're going to take some lumps here. They're going on a long East Coast trip. It's 2 with Milwaukee, 2 with Denver over the next 8 days. There's a chance the Lakers lose like 4 out of these next 6 games, and then you get some value back on Lakers futures, right? Maybe they drop to 4th or 5th in the West before LeBron comes back. So again, if you want to bet the Lakers futures and you haven't yet and you feel like you might have lost value, wait another week or 2, and I promise you, you'll get much better value on the Lakers to win the title, to win the West. Any futures bet with the Lakers, you're not going to get that value back with LeBron being hurt. Okay, if you allow me to keep rambling on here, Shawnee.
Let's go, Patty. Let's go.
2 bets for you today. Sunday showcase in the NBA. We've got some really good games, and I'm going to give you both that are on national TV. Because, Sean, let me just ask you here to break up my constant speaking. Yeah. If you're betting on a game, would you rather it be on national TV or would you rather not watch it?
I'd rather national TV, especially on a weekend.
Yeah. You want to watch the game. You want to sweat out the game, right?
Yeah, it makes you feel more juice. There are times I have no problem placing the bet where I'm like, you know what, let me look away. But yes, I want to be part of it. I want that. A lot of times gambling for me is extra motivation to want to watch a game. I
agree. I totally agree. Especially for college basketball in like January. when you and I are trying to acclimate ourselves to the sport ahead of February and March. So 2 games, both on national TV today. 1 o'clock Eastern, so coming up an hour after we get off the air. Nuggets at the Thunder, maybe a potential West Finals preview here. Oklahoma City -7.5. I'm hammering the Thunder. I think they win this game comfortably. I think they blow out Denver. And for me, this is more a situational spot than anything, right? Not a back-to-back for Denver, but it is an early game for them. They're traveling east. They just played on Friday night overtime game against the Phoenix Suns where Jokic makes history yet again. I mean, Nikola Jokic making history, it feels like every week. First 30, 20, and 20 game in NBA history, 31 points, 21 rebounds, 22 assists. But they play late on Friday night against the Suns in OT. Then they have to fly to Oklahoma City, who also played Friday night, but they rested basically everybody. It was like the Aaron Wiggins game, like literally. No J-Dub, no Jalen Williams, no Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They basically sat the entire starting lineup. All those guys are going to play now today. SGA, Lou Dort, J-Dub, Chet Holmgren, Hartenstein. So they're rested. They've been at home. Denver played late Friday night, have to fly to them. It's an early Sunday afternoon game. I think situationally, again, it's a great spot for OKC. Oh, yeah, on top of them being the best team in the NBA. So give me the Oklahoma City Thunder in a blowout Sunday afternoon spot where they're hitting shots. Denver maybe a little slow out of the gate, and they just kind of treat the game like a throwaway game, despite it being on national TV. I don't know, we don't like to say that, but how many games in the NBA turn into blowouts? I think this is one of them. And then another one, which we can get a little bit into more detail on the other side, 8 o'clock Eastern tonight, Cavs at the Bucks. Milwaukee just played last night, so it's a back-to-back for them. It was at home. They did lose to the Orlando Magic. I think for them, that could be a look-ahead spot. They've been playing well lately. They want to test themselves against the Cavaliers. This is too big of a spread for me. The Cavs are -9.5 9.5 on the road. I get how good they've been. Milwaukee's got everybody. Bobby Portis is still out with that suspension because he didn't know what freaking painkiller he's taking. But for the most part, they've got everybody good to go. This is a gut check game for the Milwaukee Bucks. I think they pass it. Give me the Bucks plus 9.5, and I think they win it outright. I'm taking Milwaukee plus 300 on the money line.
All right, a couple Patty's non-beef bets, just NBA bets. We'll get his beef bets at the end of the show as well. All right, we'll go around some NFL offseason storylines, how that may impact your futures, the way you look at the league. Of course, there's a very, very big week coming up in the NFL. GTFO, at the end of the hour as well. It's Sunday's Bets on the BetMGM Network. I'm Sean Morris. She's Pat Boyle. More when we return next.
Sunday's Bets will be right back only on the BetMGM Network. Head over to the BetMGM app now. Please gamble responsibly. Smart money, sharp plays, and big paydays. This is Sunday's Bets with Sean Marash and Pat Boyle, only on the BetMGM Network.
NC State, we referred to them earlier in the show, their magical run, first time in a Final Four in 40 years, and their head coach, Kevin Keatts, has been let go this morning, just a season after making the Final Four. Obviously, a big-time letdown year. Look, I'm not going to pretend to know the inner workings of what's gone on behind the scenes at NC State from my perch up here in New York, but just surface level, look, a coach that finally gets your program back from the doldrums to there should have a little more leeway on bad basketball seasons. But, Pat, are you aware? Am I missing something? I don't want to speak out of turn here.
No,
I just with Kevin Keatts.
I mean, I just think from because it was like beaten down our throats last year when they were in the midst of their Cinderella run.
That they were going to get rid of him, yeah.
Yeah, Kevin Keatts was maybe out the door, and this saved his job. Well, maybe not. A year later, this time he couldn't save it. And look, a lot of people will say, "Wow, Final Four to fire. That's a cruel business." But again, he was probably on the verge of being fired last year, and then a 3-week spur saved him his job. So it was basically just delaying the inevitable. I have seen in the comments and chatter a lot from people, and it makes sense if you can get over the most recent suspension, bribery allegations of whatnot. Will Wade, former LSU coach, who's now at McNeese State, he just won Conference Coach of the Year in the conference that McNeese State is in. So I know a lot of people, I think NC State fans are going to be screaming for Will Wade. Again, who cares if he broke the law? Who cares if he got suspended and got a 2-year show penalty, whatever the hell it's called from the NCAA? Can you win games for me? Because let's not act like there's not other bad guys or coaches that have broken the rules in the past. So Will Wade to NC State is going to be a very popular talking point for a lot of diehard college basketball fans over the next 2 weeks here. And it wouldn't stun me one bit if he gets the job and he's coaching the Wolfpack.
All right. Also, on the NFL note, we're about to get into the offseason. We're going to hear from Andy Reid in just a moment. The Bills are releasing pass rusher Von Miller, per sources. Schefter tweets out the release is going to free up $8.4 million against the cap. However, the team is still open to bringing him back. It's kind of amazing that Von Miller's still in the NFL when you really think about it. It feels like when you watch those Bills games, whether it's injury, suspension, anything otherwise, he just kind of pops up at the end of the year, and here's Von Miller. Not sure how much he has left in the tank. Situationally, though, could he make sense back in Buffalo? Sure, but an interesting offseason for the Buffalo Bills awaits. Amazingly, here on BetMGM Network, Andy Reid, coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, joined the Better Angle yesterday here on the BetMGM Network to talk about the offseason, what he likes about it. Let's hear what Andy Reid had to say.
Yeah, so I kind of like this process here of meeting all these new people, and the combine is like the first time that you're introduced to the college kids for coaches. The scouts have all met them and seen them at the schools and all that bit, but for us as coaches, it's the first time you have a chance to meet these guys. As far as free agency goes, we don't make a living in free agency, but we always bring in a select number of guys, and this year we just happen to have a lot of free agents that are potentially leaving our team or we're working to keep here. So I get excited about seeing who we're able to keep, and then for the kids that we're here, if they do decide to go somewhere else, I'm excited for them to see how things go there for them. And then then you have that influx of new guys too that you're trying to recruit to jump on board with us. So all that's
How about that? Andy freaking Reid here on the Better Angle on the BetMGM Network, and obviously a coach that knows a thing or two about how these off seasons work.
Who's the producer? Who's the producer of that show?
It better not be Mario Heron. I'm going to tell you right now.
Whoever it is, they deserve a promotion. I mean, the gumption to reach out, I guess, to the Kansas City Chiefs PR people or to Andy Reid's PR people and actually say, hey, like have the gumption to say, hey, can Andy Reid come on and then lock it down? That is awesome, man.
It is.
Randy absolutely
Randy Merkin is the EP over there. He's been in the business for a while.
All right, Randy
Merkin. All right. In case you're wondering, Brandon Combs has carved out Andy Patton from the host on Zag's podcast to join us a little bit later on. So that's where we're at. Andy Reid yesterday, though. What?
that is, if I'm ever in New York, I'm gonna stop by your house. I'm gonna kick you right in the shin, right in the shin.
Anywho, I'll say this. Awkward day for Andy to be on yesterday, too, with what was going on with the Xavier Worthy situation. Now it looks like he will not have charges pressed against him. But, boy, as we talk about the Chiefs in the offseason, great job bringing back Trey Smith as a guard. They couldn't wait to re-sign Hollywood Brown yesterday after they get potentially bad news. And I guess we'll wait to see when all the dust settles completely in the Xavier Worthy situation. But, man, to have that happen a year after the Rashee Rice situation, they've had Tyreek Hill in the past, too. The Kansas City Chiefs, for a machine, Andy Reid, though, does stumble on a couple of these guys who just find themselves in trouble every year. There seems to be somebody pops up on this Chief roster here, Pat.
I mean, that's the Chiefs' way. And that is the Chiefs' way, Sean, for better or for worse. Most of the time for worse. I mean, let's also not forget, too, Kareem Hunt years ago, who's now is running the football for them in the playoffs this year.
Right.
They certainly do not judge upon how many arrests you have or your conduct as a person. Let's keep it light and colorful in that regard. So, yeah, but you know what? If Xavier Worthy doesn't face any disciplinary action from Roger Goodell or from the NFL, and again, he is not going to be charged. Alleged assault case, which, by the way, he was booked into jail by the Williamson County Sheriff's Office for assault of a family or house member by impeding the breathing or circulation. So choking somebody. Look, man, what happens in your family most of the time should stay in your family unless you're choking somebody, which, again, that was the arrest account. So not going to be charged and going to be playing football for the Kansas City Chiefs, probably no matter what. So it's just, it is shocking how this happens. Not shocking, I guess, anymore, how this seemingly happens every year with Kansas City.
Okay, with that, in their division, Geno Smith ends up with the Raiders. We talked about this earlier in the show. The Raiders were a team that we thought in on Matt Stafford. We thought potentially in on trading up with the Titans for the first overall pick in Cam Ward. It would appear, obviously, Stafford we know is out, that the part of trading up is out. So what does the quarterback carousel in this week in free agency mean for some of the draft? Let me just tell you, when it comes to Cam Ward, I think he is going number one overall, the more and more that it comes, whether that's the Titans actually selecting him or if they do actually trade out. Giants could make sense. Jets could make sense. Beyond that, I have a hard time, Pat, thinking Shedeur Sanders is getting out of this top 10. I know that that's been like the flavor of the week for a week is the dump on the Shedeur Sanders resume. Feels like major smokescreen stuff to me. And I think that if the Raiders, who just traded for Geno Smith, sitting, where are they, 6, 7 overall, whatever that is with the Jets kind of right there too.
6, Jets are 7.
Okay, so the Raiders sit at 6. If Shedeur Sanders does get out of the top 5 and get to 6, I don't think that trading for Geno Smith should stop the Raiders from then pulling the trigger on Shedeur Sanders. Do you? So I still think quarterback is live if there is a fall for the Raiders.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what the Vikings did. Not the Vikings, the Falcons did last year, right?
Yeah.
They signed Kirk Cousins and then they draft Michael Penix at 8. And I don't think, I was screaming that I thought Michael Penix is going to be the steal of the draft, and who knows? We'll see. I mean, he only played a handful of games, but if they went to him earlier in the year, maybe they make the playoffs. I don't think they were hoping to have to go to him in year one, but that's how bad Kirk Cousins, bad is saying it lightly and nicely, how pathetic Kirk Cousins, his play became down the stretch of the season last year. So, yeah, I don't think just because they traded for Geno Smith and only gave up a third-round pick that certainly should prevent the Raiders from then drafting Shedeur Sanders. If he falls, I just don't think there is a world that Shedeur Sanders does fall out of the top 5, let alone the top 3. Titans need a quarterback, whether or not they actually draft one. The Browns, you should say, need a quarterback unless the Haslams continue to be maybe the worst owners in all of sports and they want to continue to stick by Deshaun Watson, who's probably not going to be ready by week 1, maybe not midway through the season either. And Shawnee, your Giants need a quarterback as well. So I find it hard to believe that 2 quarterbacks won't be taken in the first 3, even if it's somehow Jackson Dart catapults Shedeur Sanders. I think 3 quarterbacks are getting taken in the top 6.
Yeah, and if I had to guess, either the Jets or Raiders draft a quarterback in the first round anyway, so that could lead to the 3rd quarterback going in the top 10, which is why I said if that over-under number is at 2.5, which I don't think it will be, it'll probably end up at 3.5. I think at least 3 quarterbacks going in the first round. If you are of the belief that 2 of those quarterbacks are going before the Raiders pick, which I think you and I both are, Pat, the other thing I will say, betting Ashton Genty to be a top 10 pick is absolutely in play. I think this smells like the Raiders right now, written all over it. They get Geno Smith. Go find your Marshawn Lynch-like back here in Ashton Genty for Pete Carroll. And I will just tell you, if I was a Raider fan, while I'm telling you this is smart money on the betting end, I would be furious if I just got all hopped up on hiring 73, 74-year-old Pete Carroll. And my big answer is I'm taking my top 10 pick and I'm using it on a running back, and I have Geno Smith as my quarterback in the NFC West. That would look like to me, wait a minute, I thought Pete Carroll was supposed to come in here, stabilize things. That would look like to me what I would classify in this division, the NFC West specifically, a gigantic waste of time.
Yeah, and they just hired John Spytek as their GM here, but like, who do you think are you of the belief that it's Tom Brady that's pulling all these strings here, or do you actually think that he's, for the most part, staying out of the way, and it's John Spytek, who was the assistant GM for the Buccaneers for the last couple of years? Do you think he's making the decisions?
I believe that Tom Brady did all he could to help on the Matt Stafford front. I do not believe Tom Brady had his fingers in the moisturizer that's Geno Smith. I think, he kind of did what he could. Because I would have a hard look. If this is what Tom Brady cooked up, maybe it just sounds like I'm being such a Geno Smith hater. That's kind of like finding out your buddy has great sources, or like, yeah, I got great strippers in this one town to come over, and they come over and they're 700 pounds. Okay, that's what getting Geno Smith feels like if you're Tom Brady and you're promising, what kind of bachelor party is this? If you're promising, quarterback dreams here, it ends up being Geno Smith. That's the best comp I got for you, Pat.
You are on one today, my friend. I love it, dude. I love it. I will say, if it is Brady who's pulling the strings on this, he's a worse owner than he is a broadcaster. And I thought Brady was pretty decent as a broadcaster this year, as Sean is being hand-fed some kind of pastry or concoction, or maybe it's a bagel with cream cheese. Cinnamon bun. Beautiful.
Cinnamon bun. You know what? This
Beautiful.
is love, Pat. I already had one cinnamon bun. It's a family of 4. There's 5 in the pan. My wife comes down. We split the last cinnamon bun. That's how it is, kiddo.
Well, we know Danielle is the one that keeps everything together in that family. So
Danielle does not keep everything together in the family. Daddy does. What? For sure. I love you, babe.
What did you say?
Pat said you keep everything together in the family.
And what did you say, guys?
I do.
No, you don't.
All right. Goodbye.
I heard her say, no, you don't. Anyway, I mean, look, this feels like a Cowboys move, drafting Ashton Genty at, I think the Cowboys are 12, or if they were to trade up to draft Ashton Genty. But yeah, I mean, look, I just because Pete Carroll says he wants to go for it and you want to try to win, like, you're still in the AFC West. You're still in Patrick Mahomes' division. So, like, throwing money at Geno Smith, if you're going to give him a contract extension, drafting Ashton Genty, this spelling disaster for the Raiders. I'd like to hope that they are much smarter than that, considering that they could use that first-round draft pick on a receiver. They could use it on offensive line, which they need. They could use it in the defensive secondary, which they need. But yeah, I just, we're prepared, you and I, because we see it every year, for any and all curveballs that do come our way. But I just want to, if we have time here, maybe we have, we got about a minute. So Geno Smith is with the Raiders. Minnesota, we don't know what they're going to do with Sam Darnold. Seattle needs a quarterback now. Do you really think Aaron Rodgers is getting a job? Because I've been saying it for weeks now. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to retire. I don't think anybody wants him to be their quarterback, but could you see Seattle going Aaron Rodgers?
I think Seattle would. I'm not sure that he wants to go all the way up to the Pacific Northwest. And I don't think that now, if you're getting rid of DK Metcalf, I don't know if you're Aaron Rodgers, how when you looked at some of these lesser jobs, insert Giants joke here, I don't know that you look at Seattle and go, oh my God, this is a drastically better scenario for me when I just bought a house and everything and set up shop in Jersey. It's not like he's running to some kind of Super Bowl contender at that point too. It would make sense from a Seattle standpoint, but at the same time, it wouldn't. I do think they're all in on Sam Darnold, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I think Aaron Rodgers either is a stunning Viking or a New York Giant by the end of the week, which is crazy, absolutely crazy. I think he's going to be in the NFC. I don't think it's going to reap big time win potential. At least now, don't hold me to that. Maybe I'll change my mind. Be a flip flopper.
What are I guess I can understand the Vikings if they want Rodgers for maybe a half a year or a year to get J.J. McCarthy ready. Yeah. But, man, you won 14 games last year with Darnold. How do you not re-sign him?
Exactly. I agree. And is J.J. McCarthy just dead? BetMGM Network's GTFO or Oh Yeah Sunday's Bets next.
Bet smarter, win bigger. This is Sunday's Bets with Sean Marash and Pat Boyle on the BetMGM Network. Sean Marash and Pat Boyle, only on the BetMGM Network.
It's here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Sean Morash. He's Pat Boyle. We have packed it out with college basketball after yesterday. A lot of fun all over the place. The ending, of course, of Auburn, Alabama, of St. John's Marquette, the Duke pull-away versus North Carolina. And here we are looking ahead to Conference Championship week and, of course, Selection Sunday a week from today. We are like 29 hours away from legal tampering in the NFL, which ultimately means guys are talking today. I mean, people are absolutely talking today. On this Sunday before legal tampering last year, I got a text that Saquon of the Eagles was basically done, that it started to leak out Sunday night. So it just shows you legal tampering. Yeah, it's BS for. We've all been tampering for weeks, so here we go, including Matt Stafford's little love visit with Matt Stafford and Tom Brady in Montana. That was BS. All right, anywho, I'm done with my little rant about tampering. We usually do this 11:20 a.m. Eastern every day, but of course, Brandon Combs has Andy Patton with us. Come and talk a little college hoops at 11:20 a.m. Eastern. So we're going to give us a little GTFO or oh yeah. Let's start it off here. Brandon Combs, producer, how are you, pal?
I'm great. How are you today, Sean?
I'm good. I'm loving the Blackhawks hat. Great win yesterday.
Are you full? Are you good now? You got some food in your stomach?
Yeah. Excuse me for liking to eat. You know, that's how
No,
a
it's
human
fine.
body
I like
thrives.
to eat too.
Well, it feels like you didn't like that I ate a cinnamon bun on the air. I got news for you, pal.
I don't know. I'm more upset that I didn't have one. That's for me. But let's go ahead and get started.
Okay.
So Pat,
Sure.
we're gonna start with you. Pat, GTFO or oh yeah, Sean Marash should give me all of his sports contacts to book guests from here on out.
I'm going to say, oh, yeah. That's a resounding oh, yeah. He's taking a shot at the he's poking fun. I mean, we're having some fun, right? Andy Reid comes on the better angle yesterday. We've got Andy Patton. Andy Patton's great. I've actually seen some of Andy Patton's tweets come up, so we're going to have a lot of fun. It was a nice joke, but it does, lead into maybe some actual further reality questions here. I'll tell you what. Oh, yeah, Sean should give you his guests because he was a former producer, right? Even though he's now a big shot host on WFAN in New York on Afternoon Drive. He came from humble beginnings. So he should give you some guests so you can book some guests for us, some contacts. Also, the name to know, Zach Gelb. That's who you want in terms of getting the best guests. Zach is a colleague and is a friend of both me and Sean. He hosts Afternoon Drive on Infinity Sports Network, Odyssey sister station, our national network. And his dad was a former producer at WFAN. He's got millions of contacts. So if you want to try to effort to shake hands with Zach Gelb digitally, that would be a good thing for you to do as a young producer.
Okay. I'm just going to say GTFO, but I'll give you one contact. I texted the group one contact they could have. Okay. And there you go. One contact.
All right.
And that was Peyton Manning.
Is okay. Perfect. We'll get that taken care of right away. I'm sure he'll answer as soon as I call. Starting off with the real questions now. March Madness is the most exciting sports tournament in the world. GTFO or oh yeah? Sean, we'll start with you.
It's GTFO. It's still the NFL playoffs. Now, college basketball and March Madness is awesome for the one and done. It's awesome for the Thursday, Friday when it really starts off. But here's the thing. For a lot of people, when their bracket is busted, that is it. They rip up the bracket, and it's one of those things that the event gets weaker the longer it goes and the closer you get to a champion. The NFL, that one-and-done format, the whole build-up to the Super Bowl ends up at the most watched event and the a million of different ways you get betted outside of just bracket-related straight games. So maybe that's just me being a pig with gambling, but to me, I can't put anything over the NFL playoffs in that regard.
Stop. Sean's dead wrong on this. It's an oh yeah. March Madness is the most exciting sports tournament. I said it before. What sport do collectively as casual sports fans or legitimate sports fans, even then, everybody knows the NFL. Most people know the NBA. Collectively, a lot of us don't know anything about college basketball.
And
a lot of us say, all right, what?
No, I mean, you're right about that. That makes it more exciting than the NFL playoffs.
Yes, because because then like for a sport that a lot of us don't know a lot about in terms of the teams, players, recent form, what they've done, for 20 games, and then a lot of us jump in February, March, and whatnot once the NFL season's over, and then we follow the tournament like it's the greatest thing on earth because it is.
Yeah,
it is. It's one and done. We see it
starts
every
off
year.
that way. Starts off that way.
No.
Pat,
But what
perfect
team
example.
in the NFL playoffs? Rarely your Giants did it, but rarely do we ever get a 6 seed, or now that the NFL's got 7 teams in, rarely do you ever get anything but the 2 best teams or the 4 best teams playing in the conference championships and in the Super Bowl, which, look, I mean,
Look
I'm
at
all
the
for
Commander
that, right?
run last year. Look at the Commander run last year.
Yeah.
They get to an NFC championship game there. What are we talking about?
Almost every year, we have a quote-unquote Cinderella, a team that's a double-digit seed, make it to the Final Four. That's the beauty of March Madness. It's
Great.
one game, your season's on the line. Upsets happen every single year. And the way that the tournament is formatted, Thursday, Friday, we get 16 games each day. Saturday, Sunday, we get 8 games each day.
They crown their champion at 9:00 Eastern on a Monday night.
The national
Patty, come
championship
back
game
to
is not
us.
March Madness, just like the Super Bowl is not the NFL playoffs. The Super Bowl
What's
is
the exciting? That's the point. The payoff. If you want to tell me the first weekend of the NCAA tournament is the best weekend in sports, that's not the argument here. The argument is the most exciting overall tournament. In the end, here's the wedding test for you, Pat. Young Pat Boyle. You get an invitation in the mail to a wedding on Super Bowl Sunday. The wedding's at 4:00. What does Pat Boyle do?
I'm calling up those people and telling them that they're no longer friends because they are morons for scheduling a wedding on Super Bowl Sunday. Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay. You get a little invitation to a wedding, and it ends up being the night of the Final Four. You're disappointed. What do? You're going to the wedding.
You can't. Look, you're comparing the Super Bowl.
You're going to the wedding, and that's my point.
That's also not the argument. It's
It is the argument because you're looking to get paid off at the end for a great tournament. So don't tell me. This is my point about college basketball long. And I do love March Madness. And I love the one-and-done nature. I love the craziness. I love just sucking down beers and gambling with the friends and doing all of that crap. Don't get me wrong. But in the end, March Madness, the later the tournament goes on, the more it is not felt the same way championship weekend and the Super Bowl is felt like. And it gets diminished a little bit. It doesn't have importance. So you got an invitation to a wedding on the Super Bowl. You're like, what are you talking about? Final Four, you make sacrifices. So how can you tell me it's the more exciting tournament?
Because it's the build-up to the Final Four. Just like you think the build-up to the NFL playoffs. How many blowouts did we get? How many blowouts do you get in the NFL playoffs? Most of the time, the games aren't even competitive.
Of course, some games stink. Some games stink. Okay, so because there's more inventory early in college, you know how many games in the NCAA tournament suck? Do you know how many suck? Most of them. But it gets so clouded because you play how many days? 16 games on Thursday, 16 games on Friday. And then you sit there and you go, can you believe in the 3 games something awesome happened? That's the storyline, and it covers up the rest of the garbage games. And then don't get me started on this. As we go on with the tournament, okay, you get into that Saturday, it's a little fun. Sunday, I don't know what they have made a mockery of what happens on that first weekend of the tournament with Sunday. You're sitting around at noon, you can't find a game. Then there's like 5 games on from 7 to 11 o'clock Sunday night. And you're like, I am so burnt out with college basketball. By the end of the week, could I have had these games a little earlier on Sunday too? And then by the time you get to, Sweet 16 Thursday night, you're into it Friday. You don't give a damn again on the Elite 8. You care more about the Sweet 16. You hit these tired out moments with the 4 days. And by the time you get to the Final Four, if your bracket's not alive, unless you're a hardcore, I'm gambling on the game, you don't care. But you do care when the pigs in a blanket come out for the NFC Championship game. So it's not the more exciting tournament. It's wool over your eyes because of the couple moments and the storylines that come out of it.
We'll agree to disagree. Let's move on.
All right. That means I won. Go on, Brandon.
I love the passion, gentlemen, but you're both wrong. It's the NHL playoffs. That's the most exciting.
I love the
tournament
NHL
in
playoffs, but please, come on. Come back to me. Nobody's going to give a damn about that Ottawa Senator game, but go on.
All right, fair enough. All right, so let's skip ahead here. The MLB should stop playing games in Japan. It does nothing for the fans or the players. The Cubs and Dodgers will open up on March 18th and 19th in Japan at 5 a.m. Eastern time.
please give this to me, please.
Go ahead,
Let
Sean.
Sean go.
It's GTFO. They should not stop playing in Japan, but the MLB needs to do something starting now. The Dodgers are banned from playing in Japan. Point blank, period. Okay? They have clearly gotten Shohei Ohtani and built this global empire where everybody who comes over from Japan now wants to go play for the Dodgers, if the Dodgers are willing to pay them. So why should the Dodgers now be allowed to benefit from that and go out and continue to have their brand grow? Look, we have these Japanese stars. Let's bring them to Japan. No. How about show Japan and the other stars, these other teams in baseball? That's it. I want the Dodgers banned. Also, opening day should be opening freaking day. And everybody should play on the same damn day. You have no problem stopping a year in July to send two teams to play in London when nobody gives a crap. You want to play these games in Japan? Play them in July. We'll wake up on a Saturday, Sunday morning, and I know it's going to be a little lag time. Oh, boo-hoo. These guys have peanut M&Ms and beautiful planes. I don't care if they fly back. They only get 2 days off after that. Or do going into the All-Star break. To start the year 2 weeks early and then also benefit a team that gets everybody from Japan anyway, I think is nonsense, and I think baseball misses the mark. 2 teams starting 2 weeks before everybody else. How stupid is that?
Yeah, Sean's spot on here. I got nothing to add to that. That was beautiful. If you want to give us one more here, Brandon.
You fired me up.
I agree. All right, so last one. Alex Ovechkin should be talked about as the greatest of all time in NHL history.
Brandon, what are you talking about? Wayne Gretzky is the greatest NHL player of all time, okay? He has basically, double or triple the assists Alex Ovechkin does. Alex Ovechkin's a great sniper, great all-time player. Sits his lazy ass on that circle, banging his stick on every power play, does zero skating to do with it, and I give him credit at his age, still scoring goals, still has a cannon of a shot. The idea that he's a better player than Wayne Gretzky, go scratch your ass.
Okay, I agree with Sean here again. Ovechkin will never touch the great one. Gretzky never be touched.
All right,
You're both
that was
wrong,
fun. That was fun.
We're both wrong. He's got
All right.
double the points. He's got double the points as him.
You can't. Hot takes, hour number 3. I need a timeout. We'll be right back.
Coming up next, Sunday's bets are serving up their hot takes and hot cakes. Only on the BetMGM network.
Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring them
shot for Eagle.
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Sunday covered.
One of my favorite rules in betting, the first game after a team fires a coach, you always back them.
BetMGM has them 20-1. That's a pretty good number.
I just want no part of betting against this team.
Was the bully not awake when you were getting bullied by LeBron James?
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Denton Day on the BetMGM Network.
And welcome inside the betting lines, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. PJ Glasser alongside Denton Day here with you. And Double D, we got a great show coming up over the next 4 hours. Plenty of college basketball talk, obviously, here in the month of March. We'll talk a little Major League Baseball as well. Man, do we have a lot of NFL news to dive into. We got 3 great guests joining us throughout the show as well. We're going to talk to John Martin, some college basketball. Ian Cummings is going to join us to talk some NFL. And then Corbin Young coming up later on in the show. We'll talk some MLB with Corbin. So a lot to get to. Denton, I want to hear about how Austin went because you were just in Texas, so definitely want to hear about that. But real quick, we got a bunch of college basketball games getting ready to tip off here. We got Michigan, Michigan State. We got Navy and Bucknell, and then we also have the Big South Championship game where we're going to punch a ticket to March Madness, High Point and Winthrop. Did you do anything in either of those 3 games?
So I did play Michigan and Michigan State. I was talking before the show with our producer, Addy. I was like, I don't know which direction I want to go here because I don't think Michigan is exceptionally good at basketball right now. I think they're a little overranked, a little overhyped. And I think Michigan State is the opposite. I think they're very good, but 7.5 in a Big Ten game to close the season out on a Sunday felt like a very, very large number. So I took the soccer mom approach, PJ, if you will. I just want everybody to have fun. I played the over. I'm looking. I thought I got it at 147. I actually got it 147.5. But you told me that it had been moving up, so I feel pretty good about where I landed on that. I just need some threes to be hit because the more threes that are made, the better I feel about that over cashing.
I like it. Yeah, for me, the 3 plays in this game, I would lean Michigan if I had to bet it against Michigan State. I think it could be a good game to live bet. Michigan State's been one of the hottest teams in the country, Den. They're beating everybody in Big Ten play. So I think Michigan could be worth a look. I didn't end up doing anything, though, in that game. I like Winthrop plus the 7.5. That line opened at 4.5. Jumped 3 points to 7.5. So I think there's too much of a correction there. I would look under as well because that total came crashing down from 160.5 to 157.5. But my favorite play, love Navy. Den, I think Navy's winning this game outright against Bucknell. Bucknell survived in their quarterfinal round against Loyola, Maryland when they were playing the 8th seed in the Patriot League. They won that game in OT while Navy took care of business on the road against Boston. So I like the way Navy's playing right now. I think Bucknell's feeling the pressure of being number 1 seed in a 1-bid league, a team not used to being in this position, right? Normally don't see Bucknell as the number 1 seed in the Patriot League. So I think they're feeling the pressure a little bit, and I like Navy. I think they're going to win the game. I took them outright. Money
line. You took Navy outright. I love that we get championship basketball today, right? Obviously, we're going to have a whole host of great games next week with all of the power conferences, but the fact that we're getting games today is incredibly exciting.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I just don't share the ballsy approach that you have with taking Navy outright.
That's fair, Den. This time of the year, though, you gotta have some stones a little bit. We got High Point and Winthrop underway, so we'll keep an eye on that game. Again, winner of this game goes to the big dance. High Point right now in bracketology, Den, they're probably looking at like a 13 seed. So they end up winning this game. Could be definitely a team that you could look at for an upside. I mean, they're 28-5 this year, right? So they got a really, really good team. One of the better mid-major offenses in college basketball. We're going to talk plenty of college hoops today throughout the show, but we had some big NFL breaking news as we were ready to hit the air, and I want to get your thoughts on it, and I'll read you the full report as Adam Schefter was reporting. Myles Garrett is going to be returning to Cleveland, Denton, as it looked like he was going to be on his way out, right? He was demanding a trade. He doubled down on it. He said he was going to potentially miss games during the season if he didn't find a trade partner. But then, as they say, money talks, doesn't it?
Money talks and everything else walks.
Money talks. So from Adam Schefter, from trade to truce and beyond, the Browns and Myles Garrett reached agreement today on a record contract extension that averages $40 million per year and includes $123.5 million in guaranteed money. Now makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, source tells ESPN. So, I mean, how surprised are you by this?
I'm surprised a little bit because it sure felt like he was going to hold strong, right? He wanted out. I don't care about the money. I want to go find a new place to play. I want to win. My legacy is all that matters. $40 million apparently was the price. To quote Ted DiBiase, everybody has a price. You just have to find the price. Well, the Cleveland Browns found that price. This is like the second time in 4 days, PJ, that the market has been reset at that position, that the title of highest paid non-quarterback has been reset, and it just happens to be by that same position. I'm happy for Myles Garrett. He got $40 million per year, right? So congratulations to him. I don't know. So I saw Myles Garrett in New Orleans at Radio Row. And I find this to be fascinating because on Monday he made the demand for a trade. On Wednesday he showed up at Radio Row, and that's where he made all of the comments that we've been basing his mentality off of, which is, I want to win. I want to be somewhere else. And when people asked him about other locations, he kind of acknowledged, hey, it would be nice to play maybe there. I could see myself fitting in maybe here. And it felt like he just wanted to leave. And then after the Browns had kind of disrespected him earlier this week when he had tried to meet with ownership and ownership said no, at least that's allegedly what happened, for this to come around and get a deal done to basically stay with a franchise that does not currently have a quarterback is a little head-scratching, so to speak. Now, they're in a good position to get a quarterback, PJ, but this isn't exactly the best year to be in a position to get a quarterback in the NFL draft.
Denton, when we were, talking about this before the show started and we saw that Myles Garrett was re-signing, I immediately said to you, well, now we know Cleveland's getting a quarterback, right? Because Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders we know are going to be high draft picks. Who knows which one Cleveland thinks higher of, whether it's Shedeur or whether it's Cam Ward. And then you were like, I mean, what if they just get Abdul Carter and pair him with Myles Garrett, right? Like, how nasty.
Defense.
If the Browns just decide to win every game 7-3? You know what I mean? They can just run the ball into the ground. They lean on their defense. So, I mean, they certainly could still go with Abdul Carter. I have a feeling, though, that they'll probably end up going with the quarterback. So we'll see what ends up happening. It also will be interesting to see, Denton, now if teams maybe like the Giants or the Raiders or the Jets maybe weren't considering trading up, but now see this move from the Browns, and now, the thought process is, they're probably not going to go after Abdul Carter now that they re-signed Myles Garrett, so they're probably going to be in the market for a quarterback. So maybe we have to jump up to number one with Tennessee to get a guy, knowing that the Browns are going to end up getting a quarterback. So I think it's pretty fascinating. I got to be honest, I am pretty surprised because, look, I know money talks, right? And at the end of the day, I mean, the fact that you're getting $123 million is guaranteed money, like, you got to take that. But he was just so adamant about the fact that he wanted to trade and that he wanted out. And now for this to be resolved, 36 hours later, is crazy to me.
If they're a smart organization, PJ, they're going to do both of what we just said. They're going to take Abdul Carter at number 2 overall, and then they're going to trust that one of the quarterbacks is going to fall. Outside of the first round, they have pick number 33, and they take the quarterback.
Shedeur won't fall, though. They'll have to get like a Jackson Dart.
What if they don't like Shedeur? Because Shedeur has been such a fascinating case. When the Raiders traded for Geno Smith, you're like, teams really are not thrilled with Shedeur Sanders because it felt like he was a perfect match. The mentality, everything that Vegas is trying to build, it felt like he fit what they were pretty well, and then they decided to go with Geno Smith. I think Shedeur Sanders might fall maybe a little bit further than some anticipate, because considering that I thought he was going to be third overall, and now that seems like it's a little bit out of the cards unless the Giants really, really love this guy. But even if that is the case, if he falls outside, let's just say the top 10, and they really like him, They got picks number 33 and 67. They can trade right back in. I mean, they have a litany of draft picks this year, so they have ammunition to take Abdul Carter at number 2 overall and then still be in the market for a quarterback if they like someone outside of Cam Ward.
Do you think any of the quarterbacks in this class outside of Ward or Shedeur are going to be good pros? Like, is there one guy that you think maybe has the potential to be decent?
I don't hate Quinn Ewers the way that some people have soured on him, understanding that he was playing injured this year at Texas, but I don't love him. I don't. There's not a lot of quarterbacks this year, PJ, that I look at and say, I think this guy's fantastic.
Yeah,
I think this guy's going to be a steal. I mean, maybe if you really like Will Howard, but Will Howard was playing with a level of talent that was so far above everyone who he was facing off against.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you land in the perfect position in the NFL, I don't know that he is a quarterback that is going to lift an organization, whereas we saw a couple guys this year lift organizations.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. And speaking of quarterbacks, Dan, we had a trade late on Friday night with Geno Smith going from the Seahawks to the Raiders. So the Raiders have obviously been in need for a quarterback the last couple years, and instead of getting one early on in the draft, they decided to trade a third-round pick to the Seahawks and reunite Geno Smith with Pete Carroll. What did you make of this decision for Las Vegas? And could you see them add some more Seahawks to their team maybe? You think a trade for DK could be down the line?
I definitely think they could add some more players that came from Seattle. This, I was focused on the draft element of this, right? And this, to me, validated what some of us think. Sometimes when you look at like headlines or lists or talking heads, us included, on how we think that teams feel about certain players. Shedeur Sanders is a great example of this. It's really great when teams tell you how they feel. And when you trade for a quarterback, despite having a high pick where you might be able to get a quarterback, it really showcases that you are not in love with some of the quarterback prospects that you are seeing, or you don't want to start the rebuild process. And to be honest, when you pay a guy like Max Crosby the amount that they paid him, you're not in the position to rebuild. You're not rebuilding while resetting the market at a position. So I thought this was a really good trade. Also, on top of that, Pete Carroll is like 100 years old, so he is not in the position to rebuild. He came to Vegas to win. Tom Brady doesn't strike me as a rebuild guy anyway. He wants to win. I thought this was a great move. Is Geno a fantastic quarterback? I don't think so, but he's a hell of a lot better than whatever they were trotting out there at the end of the season.
I'm with you. And I think it's a good trade for Seattle, Denton, because, look, Seattle knows that they're not going to win a Super Bowl with Geno Smith, right? He's been a good player for them, but he's not a great player. And take the third-round pick, continue to build the rest of your team. It looks like there's a good chance that they could trade away DK Metcalf as well. I mean, that's a good organization with a good front office. They've won a Super Bowl before. They know what a championship team looks like and what they need to win one. So I think it's a good trade for both teams. The Raiders, obviously, they could not keep going the direction that they were. They couldn't go with Aiden O'Connell, or they couldn't go with one of these rookies if they don't feel like that he's going to be good enough. And then that's what this trade tells me, is they weren't a fan of Shedeur, right? Because they know that they probably weren't going to get Cam Ward, and they didn't want to trade up to number 1 and overpay. So they didn't like Shedeur, they didn't like Dart or Milroe or Ewers or whoever it was that they were maybe going to get in the later rounds. They figured that they would take a shot with Geno. You obviously have Tom Brady now in the building helping out with decisions. You have a new GM. You have Chip Kelly now as the new OC. He's got a good young tight end in Brock Bowers. I agree with you, though, that I don't think the Raiders are done. I think this is a team that is going to continue to make moves here this offseason.
It will be fascinating, though. You mentioned Jalen Milroe. If Milroe gets to day 3, I bet they take him.
I could see
that. Way you have way less pressure than if you take him in round, certainly if you take him in round 1, but in round 2 or 3, you got Geno that you know is going to be your bridge quarterback, and then you have a guy that you are hoping you can then develop into the quarterback of the future, but again, significantly less pressure.
100%. And that was another reason to make this move, right? Probably they wanted a veteran guy in there, and I bet you that Vegas does draft a quarterback at some point and hope that, they find a diamond in a rough almost and they can develop that guy into being something.
And you can put in packages on offense to use him immediately.
Absolutely could. Another news in the NFL that we got yesterday, Ronnie Stanley remaining with the Ravens on a 3-year deal, $60 million. Den, as an Alabama grad, I watched Mark Sears hit a game winner yesterday against Auburn, and the Ronnie Stanley news almost was as exciting as that Mark Sears game. I was thrilled when that happened because obviously, when he's healthy, Stanley is one of the best offensive linemen in football. He was terrific this past season. That's been Lamar's guy since he's been in the league, protecting his blind side. And to get him on a team-friendly deal, 3 years, $60 million, I thought that was a pretty good buy, especially seeing, the going rate for some of these offensive linemen that we're getting. So love that move for the Ravens as Ronnie Stanley remains in Baltimore. All right, we're talking plenty of college basketball on the other side. We got conference tournaments underway. Final day of the regular season. Big week upcoming. We're talking everything March Madness coming up. PJ Glasser, Denton Day, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second. Inside the Betting Lines keeps you locked in on the action. Only on the BetMGM Network. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Denton Day, live on the BetMGM Network.
And welcome back Inside the Betting Lines here on the BetMGM Network. PJ Glasser, Denton Day here with you. Then we got a couple of underdogs off to a nice start in these mid-major games. Navy up 14-8 on Bucknell. Winthrop up 19-14 on High Point in the Big South Championship. Winner of Winthrop and High Point goes to the NCAA tournament. Navy and Bucknell in the semifinals of the Patriot League conference tournament. That conference tournament played on the campus sites. Denton, are you a fan of the mid-major conference tournaments that are played on the home floors?
Oh, yeah.
I kind of love it, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's like that old-school basketball
Before COVID decimated us in 2020, the last public thing that I went to was I guess it was then Big South Conference Final, where my Liberty Flames were at home.
Mm-hmm.
So I drove 3 hours to Lynchburg, watched them win, punched their ticket to the NCAA tournament, where I thought they were going to have a very, very good outing. And then an NCAA tournament was not played. But that atmosphere of like being on campus on a weekend, no excuses not to be there. If you're a student, if you're living in the area and a fan, or if you're someone like me that made the drive a couple of hours to go out there, I love it. I think it's a whole lot of fun. I think for bigger schools, you like it on a neutral site, but for the smaller schools that maybe there is not like a close by neutral site, I think on location is the best way to do it.
Oh, Denton, speaking of those bigger schools, my friend, we have odds out for ACC Conference Tournament, Big 12 Conference Tournament, SEC Conference Tournament, Big East really the only one we're waiting for is the Big 10, obviously, because this is the final day of the regular season. So I do want to dive into that with you. We'll probably do that coming up next segment. I want to get into some of the games that we saw yesterday because we had a loaded slate. We'll start with the game of the day, Alabama and Auburn, number 1 Auburn, number 7 Alabama. Bama gets their revenge as they win in overtime 93-91 on the Mark Sears game winner. Then after Auburn looked invincible, they're leaking a little bit here down the stretch. They've lost their last 2 games heading into the NCAA tournament. Now we know Auburn's going to be a 1 seed, and they probably already locked up the overall number 1 seed. Are you starting to be worried about Auburn, though?
I am a little worried. Not a lot of worried, but a little worried. You never want to hit a bit of a slump at this late in the season. Now, I think the game against Alabama, that's
a good old rivalry.
It's a good old rivalry. You've seen them once already. It was a whole lot of offense. In fact, it was so much offense that most teams don't have the capability of putting that much offense opposite you outside of like maybe a Duke and a Houston. So I do think that needs to be taken into consideration. But I am a little bit worried because I thought in a home environment against that rival after already beating them, I thought that was going to be not that it was going to be a blowout, so to speak, but I thought that was going to be a flexing of the muscles and a little bit of a comfortable bludgeoning, if you will. And it was the opposite. Bama was ready for them.
They certainly were, and I expected them to play really well yesterday. And Denton, the key to the game, man, was Grant Nelson. I mean, we've been waiting for a performance. I say we, as like Alabama fans, we've been waiting for something like that for a couple months. He was awesome yesterday, 8 for 15 from the field, 3 for 6 from three-point range, 8 rebounds, 23 points. Also, Cliff Amore was excellent for Bama, 15 points, 8 rebounds, 7 for 7 from the field. What surprised me the most, Dent, was that Bama went on the road, beat Auburn, and Mark Sears only had 9 points. Only took 9 shots, including, of course, the game winner. So before that, he had 7 points.
7 points.
Bama had 91 on the road against Auburn, which, again, I think just shows you the depth of their team. And, you know, they only made 5 3-pointers when they played Auburn the first time around. Only 7 this time around. They were 7 for 22. But I thought their defense was very good yesterday also. So I still don't think that Bama is as good as Duke or Auburn or Florida. I still think those are the 3 best teams. I think they're more so on the tier with Houston, Tennessee, and then themselves, obviously. But again, like what makes them so difficult to handicap, Denton, is how streaky they can be. And if they're hitting their 3-pointers, right, that's the ultimate X factor and can make them really difficult to deal with. But I mean, their schedule to finish was at Tennessee, home against Florida, and at Auburn, and they could have won 2 of those games. They probably should have beaten Tennessee. I mean, they could have lost yesterday, but they really were the better team for the majority of that game. So that was, just a great win for them.
Their final schedule was what we've been saying about the SEC, which is eventually some of the teams are going to cannibalize each other. So despite the fact that they are 24-7, you're like, yeah, they're 24-7, but in another conference, they're probably sitting at like 27, 28 wins.
Then we had Duke take care of North Carolina last night. Duke 82-69 over UNC. Con Knippel 17 for Duke. R.J. Davis 20 points for North Carolina. He did not score, though, in the final 17 minutes of the game. We know the Tar Heels are squarely on the bubble, Denton, and they only have one quad one win. Only one quad one win. I think the only reason they're still on the bubble is because they're North Carolina. Like, that resume is not good.
That is the exclusive only reason they are still there.
So for you, it's simple. They have to win the ACC tournament.
They got to win the ACC tournament. I was really appalled watching some of the coverage ahead of this game. Duke and UNC, I think the rivalry has slowed down substantially.
Totally agree.
In recent years.
Yeah.
But they were making a point, I don't remember, I think it might have been Billis, making the point of, they only have one quad one win. They're like 1-10 in quad one games, but they played really hard against the other teams, and the other teams have been ranked really highly. I don't give a damn. Win. Like, that's really what this comes down. You do not play in a strong conference. You have a certain amount of quad one games. We are not rewarding you for being kind of close in these games. You have to win the basketball games because there are other teams that have had similar opportunities and they have won the games. Their logo might not be as recognizable to the common man, but they have won those games. I don't care how hard UNC plays in defeat. Win the basketball games. You have 30-some-odd opportunities to showcase how good you are, and if you keep losing in those opportunities, you should not get the right to play in March.
I agree with you. And, to your point, like, if North Carolina was really that good, they would have done what Louisville or Clemson did, right? They would have won like 15 games in conference play. For people out there that are listening to the show, and maybe you're just getting into college basketball now that Selection Sunday is a week away, here's the stat of the year for you out of the ACC. Denton, I couldn't believe this is real, but listen to this. This is out of the ACC, which used to be the premier conference in college basketball. Out of the entire season, of all the regular season games that the ACC played, there was not one matchup this year between 2 ranked teams. Think about that.
It's terrible.
Not one game this year in ACC play. Not a single one. Not in either Duke, North Carolina matchup. Not when Louisville played Duke, Clemson played. Nothing. There was not one ACC matchup between 2 ranked teams. And to your point, North Carolina, 1 quad 1 win. Just, they're kind of good. We shouldn't be rewarding them for that. So I agree. I think UNC, they better win the ACC tournament or they'll be watching March Madness like the rest of us on the couch.
Like, you could be 13-7 in the SEC because all of these teams are, like, you can be 13-7 in the Big Ten because there's so many ranked teams in that. You can't be 13-7 in the ACC because you're not playing Duke 7 times.
Agreed. Then we had Houston take care of business on the road last night against Baylor, 65-61. Houston finishes Big 12 play with only 1 loss. Denton, is it different this year? Does Houston have a different? You said you love them, so you're a believer. If the bracket came out today and I gave you the bracket and I said, Denton, tell me who your national champion is, would it be the Houston Cougars?
I don't know that they would be my national champion, but I would definitely have them at the very least in the Elite Eight. And then just kind of dictating based off of matchups how I would go from there. I feel like they are – so I kind of break teams down into segments, if you will, PJ, or I guess tiers, but tiers are kind of corny. Auburn and Duke are like definitive, really, really good championship contenders. So I judge everybody else based off of how I think they would play them. Like, we just saw Bama beat Auburn. That's really, really crucial. I do feel like Houston would be one of the few teams – where I would feel comfortable saying they can beat either a Duke or an Auburn. It's a very, very small list. In fact, there are some teams in the SEC, like, I don't know that I would – I don't know in late March, 1-game scenario that I would like Tennessee over like a Duke, but I would feel okay with Houston because I think the guard play with Cryer really separates them. And, like, say what you want about the game last night, we did see the Achilles heel for Duke. it was kind of obvious, I think, but it's Cooper Flagg. When he's in foul trouble, the offense takes a substantial step back. That's what allowed UNC to make a run to where they were in the game at half and feeling pretty good about their standing at half. With Cooper Flagg on the bench, that offense takes a step back. I do feel like Houston, the physicality they bring, would be a team where I'd feel comfortable with them matching up against Duke. There's not a lot of them, though.
So, really the thing that concerns me with Houston, and it's just this stat that I can't get out of my head, and it's since 2004, then every national champion has been inside the top 12 of the Week 6 AP poll. You have to be inside the top 12 of Week 6. Why Week 6 is so important in college basketball? It's the time in the year where the non-conference schedule ends and you start to begin conference play, right? In conference play, these teams know each other so well. And sometimes we see it all the time. These teams get into March Madness that have really good years in conference play, and they struggle because matchups are different. You're playing teams that play different systems, and they have different schemes. And Houston lost 3 games in the non-conference, so they were ranked 15. They were outside of the top 12 in the Week 6 AP poll, and I just can't get that out of my head with Houston, that they struggled early on in the season. Now, 2 of those losses were to Auburn and Alabama, and they could have won both of those games. But I've just seen a lot of smart people that I respect who like Houston to win the title this year. And for something to be batting 1,000 for me over the last 20 years, I got to respect it. And I think I might have Houston going to my Final Four. We'll see how the bracket shapes out. I don't think I can pick them to win it all.
So what do you pay more attention to? I guess I'll call this a benchmark. Do you pay more attention to the Week 6 thing or like the final KenPom? This is kind of like irrelevant to Houston itself because those are like it feels like we talk about those. Like we'll talk about those a lot next week as to where certain teams fall in terms of KenPom offense, KenPom defensive rankings, because you have to be within a certain threshold in both to win champion. Like what do you put more stock in?
I think KenPom. I think.
You think KenPom?
Yeah. How about you?
I would say like the Week 6. Well, first of all, the Week 6 thing batting 1,000
isn't crazy.
Is crazy.
Yeah.
It like that feels like much more of a flash in the pan because like here is the top 12 in the Week 6 rankings. You had Tennessee at 1, Auburn at 2, Iowa State 3, Duke 4, Kentucky 5, Marquette. God, we got to talk about Marquette in a second. Marquette 6, Alabama 7, Gonzaga 8. LOL. Florida 9, Kansas 10. LOL. Purdue 11 and Oregon at 12.
So no Texas Tech, no Houston,
none,
no Michigan State, right? Those would be like the 3 teams that probably you would point at. And the reason I say KenPom over that stat, Denton, I just think nowadays with the NIL and transfer portal, right, it might take teams a little bit to get going. And what we've seen the last 2 years in March Madness, we've seen Bama make the Final Four and Miami make the Final Four. And historically, those 2 teams usually don't. Teams that are so good on offense but are really bad on defense normally don't make it that far, and those 2 teams did. So I just think the era that we're in, maybe some of these trends start to get broken a little bit. But again, man, it's been batting 1,000. So I think I'll have Houston going to my Final Four. We'll see how the bracket shapes up. I don't think I can pick them.
By the way, you mentioned Texas Tech.
Yeah.
They're not ranked
in there.
They're not others receiving votes Week 6. So they were at a very different point then than they are now.
There you go. So yeah, I love looking at that Week 6 AP poll. You mentioned Marquette. Denton, they haven't beaten a tournament team since January 3rd. It's March 9th. Is that good?
Not good.
No, it's not good. It's not great. They had a chance to do it yesterday against St. John's, and they could not. They lose 86-84 in overtime. Marquette right now, I'm starting to see them projected as like a 7 seed or so. I would say that's a 7 seed that you would like to play. Now, could they win their first round game? Sure. Would they be a team that I would be looking at to upset a potential 2 seed? Probably not. Shaka Smart's teams, ever since he made that Final Four run with VCU, Den, he has not been a very good tournament coach. And Marquette, it feels like, has had some good teams these past couple years, and they just cannot get past the Sweet 16. So no interest in Marquette. St. John's continues to win games. They were without one of their better players yesterday. People are going to love them, right? I mean, it's Patino, the way this team plays defense. I think St. John's, I know St. John's can make the Final Four. I don't think they can win the national title. I don't think they're one of the teams that can do it. I don't think their offense is good enough, but they can certainly make the Final Four.
I'm still so heartbroken. I had Marquette laying 4.5.
Ugh.
And the way that lost, I bet 2 games yesterday, PJ, and it was Auburn and it was Marquette. And the fact that both of them lost in overtime on a game-winning shot, if this Michigan State-Michigan over doesn't hit, I might shed real tears on these airwaves.
Well, and too, right? If you had the underdogs in both of those games and it went to overtime, you would have lost. Isn't that how it goes?
I was like, no way that overtime where the dogs go to die, the dogs are living like cats with 9 lives when I'm playing them. It's unbelievable.
Just so much pain. All right, we're going to take a break here inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM, PJ Glasser, and Denton Day. We're going to start looking at those odds for the conference tournaments on BetMGM. Denton and I will share who we think are going to win the Big 12, the Big East, the SEC, and the ACC coming up other side of the break.
Every score, every spread, every second. Inside the betting lines keeps you locked in on the action. Only on the BetMGM network. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we got John Martin coming up in about 20 minutes, joining us to talk some college basketball, looking to get his thoughts. Michigan State putting it on Michigan, 33-15, 6 minutes to go in the first half. Denton's enjoying all the points that Sparty's scoring. He would like it a little more if Michigan would start scoring.
This is like a group project where somebody is not
Yes.
contributing properly
So
right now.
true.
I need Michigan to score a little bit. I got a question for you.
That's why I'm here.
Who do you feel more comfortable with in the month of March heading into the NCAA tournament? Michigan or Marquette?
Oh, what a great question.
Because no is the answer.
Yes,
but
no
if you
is
had to
absolutely
pick one
the
of
answer.
them, I mean, Michigan looked really good like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and then they started to play good teams in the conference, and they looked less good. And then, as you had mentioned in our previous segment, Marquette cannot beat good teams this year. And Shaka Smart, as great as that run was in VCU, and as someone that grew up in the state of Virginia, we were all thrilled for the Rams. But it just has not been the same with Marquette.
I'm going to go with Marquette, and the reason being Michigan has been a luck box this season. It is unreal with them. Denton, their last 9 wins have come by 4 points or less. I don't think I've ever seen that in college basketball. A team has won 9 straight games by 4 points or less. I mean, not even the Chiefs did that this past year in the NFL, and they were winning every game by a field goal. So it's insane. I mean, this team could so easily be like 17-13 or something like that. But look, you got to give them credit for finding ways to win close games. But it's a tough question, right? Because Michigan's probably going to be about a 5 seed. So on paper, they're going to be the bigger favorite, and they're going to play against the worst team. Whereas Marquette's probably going to be like a 7 seed, and they're going to play against the better team and be a smaller favorite. So it's a good question. I think I would go with Marquette, though, just because Marquette has Cam Jones and Michigan does not.
Boy, if Michigan's a 5 seed, you know everybody loves that 5-12 matchup for upsets.
But there's always one every year, right?
Always.
Everybody loved JMU last year. And Denton, they just turned out to be the better team than Wisconsin. And I think that's what's going to happen with whatever 12 seed plays Michigan. It might be an upset according to the odds makers, but it really won't be an upset. I think whoever, like if they play McNeese or if they play Yale or whoever it is, I think they're going to take care of business.
Ahead of this weekend, Lenardi had them at a 6, and they would be taking on VCU out of the A-10, which VCU is a pretty decent team this year.
Oh, Shaka. Or excuse me, I was thinking Marquette. Yeah, that'd be
God, it would be great if it was Marquette and VCU.
Could you imagine?
Oh, my God. The storylines in that one would be sensational.
I was seeing some brackets that had like Ole Miss against Texas Tech potentially, with Texas Tech being the 2, Ole Miss being the 7. I'm like, Chris Beer going up against this one. There could be some interesting ones. So I do like that, Denton. But yeah, I think Marquette. I would rather pick them. How about you?
I think I would take Marquette because of Cam Jones. I just don't love how Michigan is playing offense.
Dude, their guards just aren't
late.
good. Like in March, their bigs, Vlad Golden and Danny Wolf are great, but their guards, you
have to have consistent guard play. Maybe the bigs can get you a 1-game winner over a really bad school, but because of the way they played recently, they're not going to be going up against a really bad school. They're going to be going up against, more likely than not, a really good mid-major program. So you have to have guard play, and at the very least, like Cam Jones, I thought yesterday was sensational for Marquette against St. John's. I just don't know that Michigan has somebody that has that kind of gear that Cam Jones has.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Michigan State 35, Michigan 19, Wolverines 16.5 point favorite, underdogs on the live line. The total is 150.5. You like Michigan to come back and shock Sparty, plus 950 on the money line. Navy up 31-25 over Bucknell, 3:30 to go in the first half. Anchor down, baby. Towson up 26-22 on Drexel. And then we've reached halftime in the Big South Championship game. Winner goes to the NCAA tournament. Winthrop is up 39-29 on High Point. Denton, I dabbled with some High Point money line. So hoping that they can.
Are you going to take, knowing that 2 schools that you bet are feeling good right now, what are we doing in the second half? Are you going to take any action in the second half? Maybe try and sandwich yourself a little bit? What's the mentality with these two mid-major games?
So I took High Point live money line because I wanted some plus money in case they mount a comeback. But if Winthrop gets out to if they open up the second half on an 8-0 run, we get High Point plus 6.5, I'm going to double down or something like that. So that's my strategy there. And then Navy, Denton, I took them money line in this game, plus 200. I also bet them 12-1 to win the Patriot League.
Oh.
So I have myself some nice hedge opportunity here with Bucknell. Now, Bucknell's minus 145 right now on the money line. So I'm hoping that Navy can get me a lead where I can buy some Bucknell plus money. Plus 4.5,
it feels
plus
like
3.5.
Navy might be in a little bit of trouble. They're up 6 now with 3 minutes. If they're down at half, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I agree. Every time it feels like Bucknell's going to make a run, Navy's hitting a shot. So I need them to continue to do that.
I realize being a number 1 seed at 18-14 is a tough look.
Tough.
That's a tough look.
This is their best player, Bucknell, Noah Williamson, who's at the line. He was the Patriot League Player of the Year, 7-footer, to make it a 4-point game. So 31-27, and let's go Navy, baby. See if they can mount a comeback. All right, Dan, let's talk about some of the big boys who are playing next week, their conference tournaments. We'll start with the ACC. I'll keep it real simple. We taking Duke or the field?
So Duke right now at most books, I mean, if you can find them at better than minus 350, I would suggest jump on it.
BetMGM or minus 325.
Hey, there you go. Go bet them at BetMGM because I'm seeing them at minus 400 in certain books. I don't know. It's really a question of Louisville and Clemson. Who do you like more? Do you think that if Clemson plays Duke, that Cooper Flagg will slip again? Because that's what it's going to come down to. They're so good. Duke just has, even when Cooper Flagg he was out for a elongated period of time at the end of the first half because of foul trouble, and even in a raucous environment, they were still within 1 at the half against the biggest rival, where this was UNC's Super Bowl. Win this game, you might take yourself off of the bubble and put yourself in the tournament. They couldn't do it. They're just so talented on offense. I can't see anybody beating Duke.
Talk me off of betting North Carolina at 22-1 after we just bashed them in the last segment.
I think they're going to give up. That's why you shouldn't. I think they're going to give up.
You do. They're playing for their season. They got to win the tournament.
I know. I think they're going to give up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is not 2006 college basketball, PJ. End of the season. Do you want to go hard? Maybe you want to put the brakes on and maybe explore your options? Go to the league. Go somewhere else. Go to another league in the SEC. Something like that. I don't know. I don't feel like this UNC team has it.
Oh, I agree.
Whatever that it is, I don't know if that's a Huber Davis thing. I don't know if that's just a player's thing. I just don't feel like they have. I don't feel like they have the guts to put multiple wins consecutively in the ACC.
So my thought process is they're going to be favorites in every game that they play in the ACC tournament outside of Duke, and we're getting them at 22-1, right? So they're the 5 seed. They get the winner of the 12-13 matchup, Notre Dame and Pitt. They win that, they would play Wake Forest. They're going to be favored in that game. If they win that, obviously they got to pull the upset against Duke. And then if they win that, likely get the winner of Louisville, Clemson. And even though those teams are rated higher, Clemson especially, I think North Carolina would be close to a pick just because people would be betting UNC off the Duke upset and knowing that they have to win to get in the tournament, right? So for me, it's almost a numbers play at 22-1. I don't think it's going to happen. I kind of think that they might lose to the winner of Pitt and Notre Dame.
Yeah, I'm about to say they might lose to Wake Forest in that scenario that you just laid out there. Numbers wise, that is a good number. And I'm looking at another book where I see 28-1. So there is value at UNC if you want to take that approach. I don't see it.
Inside the betting lines here, PJ Glasser, Denton Day on the BetMGM network. All right, let's go to the Big 12 conference tournament. This one should be a little more competitive. Although Houston did only drop 1 game in conference play, they are going to be the number 1 seed. Texas Tech is going to be the number 2 seed. You have Arizona as the 3. BYU is the 4 after they really finished the year strong. Iowa State's the 5 seed. Kansas 6, Baylor 7, West Virginia 8. I think Iowa State's intriguing to me, Denton. At at plus 800. So they're the 5 seed. So they have to get the winner of Cincinnati, Oklahoma State, and then they got to beat them. Then they got to play BYU before getting to Houston. So they got to win 4 games in 4 days, which is why they're plus 800. But they always play well in this tournament. Their fan base always travels, and they're finally healthy. And my mindset when I get to these conference tournaments, I'm looking for the team that I think is going to get hot, and I think that people are going to gravitate to when the brackets come out, right? Like, I'm trying to picture who's the team that's going to run through their conference tournament and everybody starts talking about them as, oh, man, this Iowa State team, they were really good. This was a team that's Final Four good, and they're finally healthy, and I could see that being Iowa State. So I like them at 8-1. They do have a tough path. I like the fact, though, that BYU just beat them on their home floor, want to get revenge against that. Then you get the Houston game. And then, whoever's waiting for him in the title game. But the only bet for me would be Iowa State.
I'm not betting Houston. I think Houston is not going to win.
I agree.
I have two teams that I'm looking at.
Can I guess?
You can guess them.
I think Iowa State's one of them.
No.
Oh, BYU.
BYU is one of them.
BYU.
I see them right now 16-1.
I think those were your 2 teams. The other one, I'm going to either say Texas Tech. I think Texas Tech's the other.
No.
Oh, who's the other?
It is Arizona. I've had a very special relationship with Arizona this year where they have, I think I'm 4-0 betting Arizona this year. I have adopted them as my Big 12 team. By the way, one of those was a loss, but they still covered. But I think Arizona, I'm looking at that bracket. If you like Kansas, good for you. I don't like Kansas. Kansas would be potentially the first team. They're 3 seeds, so they only have to play 3 games compared to Iowa State's 4 games. You hypothetically play the winner of Kansas versus either Utah or UCF. I don't really care. Line them up. I think Arizona beats them. And then it just is it Baylor? Is it Texas Tech? Maybe Kansas State makes a run. I don't think it'll be Arizona State. I just feel good about their positioning in the bracket, and I feel like that's the team that kind of falls into what you just described, make a deep run in the Big 12 tournament, win the thing, everyone's going to be in love with them, and then an early exit in the NCAA tournament.
I kind of agree with you, Den. I kind of do. I like it. All right, we got some other conference tournaments that we'll talk about later on in the show, but we're going to have John Martin join us on the other side of the break, host for the Field of 68, also 929 ESPN out in Memphis as well. Hour 2 of Inside the Betting Lines here, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. PJ Glasser, Denton Day, coming up after the break.
Every score, every spread, every second. Inside the Betting Lines keeps you locked in on the action. Only on the BetMGM Network.
games are live, the lines are moving, and the action is nonstop.
Here's Stewart to the hollow. Wham! With the right hand.
Forget birdie. Just hold the third shot for Eagle.
Brunson puts it up. And Houston gets the lead.
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Sunday covered.
One of my favorite rules in betting, the first game after a team fires a coach, y'all. Welcome back inside the betting lines. PJ Glasser, Denton Day here with you on the BetMGM Network. We're hoping to talk to John Martin here in a little bit, get his thoughts on college basketball. We have some conference tournament games going on right now in the Big South. High Point and Winthrop underway. Winthrop opened as a 7.5-point underdog, Denton. Currently at the intermission, they're a 2.5-point favorite. With the live total of 151.5. I did take some High Point money line.
There you go.
You want to join me on that or just root as my cheering section?
I'll just be your cheering section. You know, I got a bell around me, so I'll ring your bell a little bit. Yeah, I'm locked into this Michigan State, not even game. This is an ass whooping that they're putting on Michigan right now. I just need everybody to have fun in this one.
Fair enough. Bucknell trailing Navy 36-33 at halftime. Bison 2.5-point favorites, and Towson up 38-29 on Drexel. Michigan State 50-26 on Michigan as well. Absolute beatdown. All right, let's go to the phone lines. Check in with John Martin, who joins us. Make sure you guys listen to him at 92.9 ESPN in Memphis. Also co-host The Field of 68 and follow him on X at John Martin 929. John, great having you on, man. Let's start with Sparty because they've been one of the hottest teams in basketball, absolutely taking it to Michigan today. What do you make of Michigan State? Like, what's their ceiling? Do you think they're good enough to win the national championship? Good enough to make the Final Four? Where are you on the Spartans?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they have the feel of a title team. I mean, I know that's a rough place to start given what they're doing right now, but I mean, I certainly think they're Elite Eight, possibly Final Four, can make it there. I mean, they guard you. They're really, really big inside. They clearly are just rolling right now from a chemistry standpoint. Izzo's as engaged as he's been in a while. The concern is just like, they're 7 of 17 from three today, but we know like that's an outlier. They're the worst Big Ten, the worst 3-point shooting team in the Big Ten. So I think that's ultimately going to be their undoing at some point is, they're going to need to make shots from out there, and they're not going to. But I also think this is a lot more about Michigan than it is Michigan State, what they're doing. But, yeah, I mean, Michigan State's been one of the best teams all year long. They're a better than the sum of their parts type of group. And, we've seen plenty of teams like them go on Final Four runs, but no, I don't think they're in that top-tier discussion for a championship team, no.
John, I'm curious about the team that they're playing, and I asked PJ this question. Going into the NCAA tournament, if I had to give you an option to choose Michigan or Marquette to make a deeper run, who are you taking?
I mean, I got to take Marquette, although I don't like either of those teams. Just because I've got an All-American at least with Marquette. With Michigan, I've got a group that is just fading. And I know Marquette hasn't beaten the tournament team since January. You're asking me about two teams that I absolutely hate. So, I mean, that's it's not exactly the best choice here. But yeah, I mean, I just think this Michigan team is fraudulent in every way. I mean, I can't believe they're going to be a 4 seed here. I mean, what have they really done? Maybe Purdue. Okay. I mean, what else? I mean, they just don't have good guards. Like Danny Wolf to me is like one of the more overrated players that we've seen in a while. Like people talk him up, and I'm watching him out here against a real team, and he's just swimming. Like he's just trying to stay afloat. He's not impacting the game in any way, shape, or form. So, no, I think Michigan is a complete fraud. I think they're begging for if they're a 4, they're begging for that 4-13. If they're a 5, they're begging for that 5-12.
John, any concern about Auburn after dropping back-to-back games?
No, not really. I mean, I talked about that game, a couple different times, a couple different places yesterday. Like, what? I mean, I know it's a rivalry, and teams get up, and Auburn got up, but it wasn't their season. Their season's like I was listening to Jerry Palm after the game. He's like, there's no way they're falling off the 1 overall seed line. Like, there's nothing that this team could do at this point to not be the number 1 overall seed. So, when you win the SEC, when you're already the number 1 overall seed, when you've been banged up, whether it's Janai Broome, whether it's Denver Jones, and then you get an Alabama team that is as desperate. I mean, I'm pretty sure we talked about this with you on You Better You Bet. Like, we talked about liking Alabama money line. We talked about liking Alabama the points. They had to have that game to put themselves back into consideration, at the very least for the 1 seed. So that was going to be their best effort coming off of 2 straight losses, and that's what it was. And for Auburn, it was like, I know it's a rivalry game loss, but they already took the one in Tuscaloosa. I don't think they're going to lose any sleep about that. So, no, I don't have any concern about Auburn is the short answer. I think they're going to be just fine. They're going to be in the mix. They're going to probably be in San Antonio.
John, the SEC is going to get like 85% of the conference into the big dance. How many of these teams do you think have a legitimate Final Four run in them?
Not many. I mean, what are they going to get? Maybe 12. So I think the Final Four teams off the top of my head would be Auburn, Florida, Alabama. I mean, those are really the only 3 that I would consider. I don't see Tennessee as that. I think Tennessee is a good team. I think they're pretty limited. You get a day from Chaz Lanier where he's not making everything. They're really going to have a hard time. So I really don't think it's like, it's not that vastly different than any other year. They've got 3, I think. I mean, it would not surprise me if all 3 of those teams was in the Final Four. It would not surprise me if all Alabama, Auburn, and Florida were all there. But I don't. Once you get outside that top list, there, I don't like A&M. No, Tennessee. No. Obviously, and then you get to the sort of the middle of it. I don't really think there's a ton of real contenders there.
Talking with John Martin here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. Make sure you guys check out 92.9 ESPN in Memphis. Also check out John on the Field of 68 as well. John, in the Big Ten, right? Michigan State, I think, has kind of separated themselves at this point. But I think once we get into the tournament, there are going to be a lot of talking heads that talk about like sleeper teams in the Big Ten, right? Like Maryland, Oregon, Illinois, maybe that they're back at full strength. When you look at kind of like that middle tier in the Big Ten, is there any team that you think like has Final Four potential that you could see yourself maybe picking to go a long way in your bracket?
I say this like through gritted teeth, but it would be Illinois. I mean, I think Oregon is mediocre. I think Wisconsin is fugazi. They showed you that this weekend, losing to Penn State. They've been sliding. Illinois, at the very least, like even through their worst moments this year, their predictives have always been good. The talent is obviously ridiculous there. And, they've now won, 3 in a row, in convincing fashion. And, Brad Underwood talked about it. He said, listen, like we had all these things running through the team. We had all these different pandemics running through the team. We had all kinds of injuries. We're feeling good now. We're through it. And, I mean, they are. They look like they're through it. So they frustrate me to death because they swear they're a good shooting team, and like they really aren't that good at it, but they continue to launch 35 a game. So they frustrate me in that sense. But man, if they have a day where they're even shooting 35% from 3, they are pretty damn tough to beat. So I would say Illinois would be the only other team in the Big Ten that I would consider as a Final Four candidate.
What is your feel on a team like Maryland?
I mean, I just kind of see them as second round fodder. I do like Derek Queen as an NBA player. I mean, the way he runs the floor is insane. I mean, he's going to be a good NBA player, I think. But I just kind of look. I think across the board, they're just okay. I think they're just kind of a mostly average team to me. Now, the fact that they do have two very good big men. I mean, we have seen, in the tournament and in college basketball that can carry you. But I'm not really sold on the guard play. I don't think Kevin Willard's that good of a coach. Like, he really hasn't done much since he's been there. So I don't really see Maryland as anything other than, first or second round fodder in this tournament.
What about St. John's, John? They're going to be a popular pick, a trendy pick with Pitino there, all the wins that they have. Their defense is playing really good. How far do you think you'll have St. John's going?
Yeah, I mean, they're amazing. I mean, they really are. I mean, it's really like it doesn't matter what the situation is for them. I mean, that was supposed to be a scheduled loss yesterday. You don't have Smith. You're basically, for better or worse, locked into what you are. You've won the Big East. You were on Jimmy Fallon, featured on Jimmy Fallon that weekend. And you come out as 4.5 underdogs, and you went out right on the road against a Marquette team that really had to have that game. So you sweep Marquette. You're still playing hard. I mean, they're incredible, man. I mean, Rick Pitino has done an unbelievable job with that group and should be in the mix for Coach of the Year, although Pat Kelsey definitely has a case as well. But, yeah, listen, I think they can win 4 games. The only issue is when you get into their offensive efficiency. I mean, we've just never seen a team this bad from that perspective win a title. I mean, last I checked, they were in the 70s. And I think the worst we've seen in the last, 10, 12, 13 years is that random UConn team that won it, with Ryan Boatwright and Shabazz Napier. So, and they were in the 30s. They were in the 30s. So it's just not something we've ever seen. It would be unprecedented. But I mean, I wouldn't even consider fading them until San Antonio. So Rick Pitino's doing a hell of a job. I'll have them going very, very, very far.
John, is there a team that you're eyeing that you feel like could be a Cinderella of sorts? We'll say anything below a 7 seed.
Well, it's not. They're not really, going to be a Cinderella. But one team that I don't know where they're going to wind up on the seed lines. Whether they're a 6 or a 7 or whatever the case. But one team that I really, really like that doesn't get talked about much is UCLA. And again, opposite of Cinderella, I get it, but they're going to be on that 6-7 type line. And the reason why I like them is just because they're grinding right now. Mick Cronin had that big blow up. He got ejected against Maryland, and they have very quietly won basically all of their games since then. And blew the doors off of USC yesterday. That's another team they kind of remind me of Michigan State of the West Coast. That like there's no transcendental player, there's no one guy, but they play team defense. Eric Daly Jr. had 25 last night. I mean, I think he's kind of the key for them. So they're steady, they're tough, they can win the grind out games. Mick Cronin's been there before. He's been to a Final Four. So I think UCLA is going to be one of those teams that is outside of the top 4, top 5 seed line that nobody's really thinking about, that could surprise some people and wind up there for sure.
John, we got about a couple minutes left. This morning we had some odds drop for some of these conference tournaments, right? SEC, Big East, Big 12, ACC. Outside of the ACC, because we figure Duke's probably going to win that league. Have you had a chance to think about like maybe which team or which teams you kind of have a feeling that you're going to like to win their conference tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even looked at the odds. I was going to get around to doing that today, but Florida to win the SEC tournament feels right to me. Yeah. They have been. Do you have the odds on that, by the way?
Yeah, plus 300 for the Gators.
Oh.
Auburn's plus 140, John. Florida plus 300. Bama plus 375. Tennessee plus 575. And then you got Kentucky at 22-1. So I like the Gators, too. I'm with you.
Really bad price on Auburn. You deserve what you get if you bet Auburn, because you clearly just have no understanding of the sport if you're betting Auburn to win the SEC tournament. Florida is the best team in the Power League against the spread. I don't know if people realize that, but they are the best team in the country in the Power League against the spread. I've been betting them basically nonstop. I did fade him against Alabama. That was a mistake, but I got my life together, and I bet him last night against Ole Miss, and it was just no sweat. So they are the type of team that's absolutely engaged and locked in every single game. They have to keep winning to stay on the one line. They're going to want to win this tournament in Nashville. I'm actually going to be there on Friday night to watch them. So I'm looking forward to that. So I'm going to make the drive up, and I'm going to bet them against probably Missouri or whoever it ends up being. So, yeah, I think Florida at 3-1 to win the SEC tournament would be absolutely the play of the week for me.
I love it. John Martin, make sure you guys are following him on X at JohnMartin929. Check him out, Field of 68, 92.9 ESPN in Memphis as well. John, always appreciate the time, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it, fellas. Talk to you soon.
All righty, more Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM coming up on the other side of the break. PJ Glasser, Denton Day.
Every score, every spread, every second. Inside the Betting Lines keeps you locked in on the action. Only on the BetMGM Network. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network.
It is raining threes and bonus bets, and here's how you have the chance every Sunday to win some big-time bonus bets by picking a player you think is going to make it rain from downtown. You opt into the Sunday Splash Jackpot promotion. You place a $10 NBA player three-pointer bet up to one eligible bet per game on Sunday. If your player scores the most three-pointers on that Sunday, you win a share of $50,000 in bonus bets. So make sure you take advantage of that. Then I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I can now get Winthrop at plus 3.5 after betting some High Point.
You are just going to end up reigning in cash based off of this. You're going to have Winthrop hit the money line. You're going to have a High Point cover. What'd you get him, 6.5?
Yeah.
And then Winthrop cover the 3.5.
We love that, Dan. We love it. Dude, this is March, baby. We're trying to hedge a little bit. We're trying to hit all our bets.
I mean, that's literally
the name of the
dinner
game.
and a dessert all on one game.
It's truly a beautiful thing. So we got that going on. Also, I got Navy to win outright, Denton. Oh, look at my boys from Navy. They're up 9 right now. We took Bucknell live plus 4.5 just to hedge that puppy. Because you know Bucknell is going on a run. Let's just hope they don't win the game. But I'll take some Bucknell, plus 4.5. Navy midshipmen leading the way right now. We got 2 really good college basketball games going on in the mid-majors. Denton can't say the same for what's going on in the Big Ten right now. Michigan State and Michigan.
I just need Michigan to score.
God,
like,
does
can you
Michigan
just
look bad,
can you score?
Dude. God, do they look bad.
Can you give me that? Can I just get some points from Michigan? It doesn't have to be a lot. Just a little bit. Just a couple of points.
I just this Michigan team. Holy, I mean, not
stink.
good. 22-8. The Big Ten is going to be so fascinating to me in March Madness this year. Then I kind of have a theory that I don't think the SEC is going to do great in the tournament. I don't, like, to the point where I think we might only see one team in the Final Four. We might not even see any SEC teams in the Final Four. It's kind of the way I'm trending right now.
I feel like there'll be at least one. I think it'll be one of the teams that we saw play each other yesterday, either Bama or Auburn.
See,
I would say
I'm
neither.
Florida.
I would say neither of those. So if you give me three, if you give me one of those 3, I would say I feel very comfortable of at least one of them getting to the Final
it's
Four.
interesting you say that because I bet you there's going to be a prop for that. Like, will Auburn, Bama, or Florida make the Final Four? And it's going to be minus money for sure. I would kind of take the plus money no on that. Whatever. I would love to see a market for that. I think that'd be really interesting.
I would love to. I would love to see that market too, because I do feel like at least one of them has to.
Yeah.
At least one of them, because you got to get 4 teams in there, and if it's not going to be them, who is it going to be? Especially because I think the committee is going to try their best to keep those 3 teams out of the same side of the bracket.
Right. No, I would agree.
That would make the most sense, because you're going to have Auburn as a true number 1, and maybe Bama and Florida. I guess Florida might be another number 1 seed, Bama maybe a 2 seed.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously you can very easily keep Auburn and Florida away from each other, and then throw Bama in either the Houston bracket or the Duke bracket, which, just imagine the idea of Duke and Bama. That'd be sensational.
Yeah, that certainly would be. All right, let's talk some baseball, though. We'll get to plenty of college basketball throughout the rest of the show. We talked some NFL earlier on. We had the big Myles Garrett news that broke as the show was starting. He is going to re-sign with the Cleveland Browns, just proving, Denton, that money solves all problems, doesn't it? At the end of the day.
You know, I'm feeling good today, PJ. I'm not feeling as good as Myles Garrett is today.
No, I don't. You, me, and a lot of other people. I'm sure Myles is having himself a day.
Wish I was, but I am not.
You know who's not having themselves a couple days? Are the New York Yankees, because they've suffered some pretty. They got some injuries, Denton, to their ball club. Garrett Cole's banged up. Giancarlo Stanton banged up. Aaron Judge is kind of like the only healthy star that they got right now, but Judge is always, dealing with stuff with his foot and all that. So they got some injuries. They're still heavy favorites to win the AL East at plus 110. Orioles are plus 260. The Red Sox were one of the busiest teams in the offseason. They are plus 400. Tampa Bay is 9-1. And then the Blue Jays are 14-1 to win the AL East. Double D, what do you make of the AL East here? I mean, last year this was a division that only got 2 teams in the playoffs, the Yankees and the Orioles. The year before that, I mean, it was an all-time division. They at one
Right.
point late in the season, you remember when all these teams were over 500? So
It was one of the more insane races
Oh,
we've
my
seen
God.
in years. I mean, that was the same year that Tampa started like 86-0
Yep.
or whatever they did. It was insane.
Exactly. So, look, the Blue Jays probably going to take a step back there in rebuilding mode. We'll see what they end up doing with Vladdy. Maybe they end up trading him at the deadline because they, are just starting over and want to get something for him. The Rays are the Rays. They had a down year last year. Maybe they bounce back this year. What do you make of the AL East?
I feel like the Rays being from a value pick at plus 900 feels what I'm most comfortable with, just because it feels like they're kind of up and down and they'll just randomly have a really good year. Like, for example, when they started, what was like 30-0 or whatever it was? Like, they were just on fire. So at 9-1, I feel comfortable about them. I know you're not going to bet the Orioles. Understood. You just can't do it.
Can't.
I wouldn't bet the Yankees. I mean, that number is not welcoming to you, the gambler, to put that money away for such a long time to only get plus 115 in return. So it really does come down to the Sox and the Rays. But I would feel comfortable with the Rays just based off of how that organization seems to operate on a year-to-year basis, which is very random.
Yes, it most certainly is. The Blue Jays, it's interesting how they're kind of going about this, right? So, like, it feels like they're certainly in a rebuild, but then they also go out and sign Anthony Santander. They get Max Scherzer as well. The Rays are just, good luck trying to figure out what the Rays are. Kevin Cash is one of the better managers in baseball. They obviously never spend money, but their pitching's usually really good. And if their lineup steps up, they could bounce back and have a good year. The Red Sox are so fascinating. I do like this Red Sox team. I also worry about teams that try and buy their way to wins in the offseason, unless you're the Dodgers, that usually doesn't help you out too well. But Denton, there's a lot to like with this team, man. I mean, they get Garrett Crochet in the offseason. He's going to be their frontline starter. Tanner Houck behind him. They got Walker Buehler also in the offseason from the Dodgers. And then this lineup, now that you've added Bregman to it to go along with Devers and Casas and Yoshida. Jarren Duran was awesome last year. Willie Abreu was in the Rookie of the Year race. Like, this team is very good. And Cora is an excellent manager. They also got Hendricks and Chapman at the back end of that bullpen as well after going with Kenley Jansen the last couple of years. I think the Red Sox are going to be extremely trendy.
That's why I'm afraid of them.
I agree.
They're so trendy. By the way, this dude in the High Point game had one of the most ridiculous-looking mean mugs I think I've ever.
Look at that. He was about it.
But he sold out for the
Went
mean mug.
in, here it comes, falls to the ground, and just looks right at his bench. Oh, the emotions of March. You got to love it. What a comeback, though, for High Point. This team was left for dead. They were down by like 13 in the second half.
They were down by a ton.
And they are just on an insane run. 55-52 now with 9 minutes to go. Again, that's why for those listening to the show right now, if you got your mobile apps out, taking Bucknell live plus 7.5, probably a good idea because these teams, man, that are favorites, they go on runs in the second half and do not make it easy on these underdogs. So Bucknell down 11. We'll see if they can cut into it as they get a layup to make it a 9-point game. I get that with the Red Sox being too trendy. That would make me nervous as too. My theory with the Orioles, Denton, is I think that they're going to stink to start the season. I think they're going to be like 20-28 to start the year. And then I think they're going to get rid of Brandon Hyde, and then I think they're going to go on a little bit of a run. That's my thought process with them. Because we see that like every year, every other year, where a team comes in with expectations, they have a good roster, their manager is like kind of on the hot seat a little bit, but then they just get off to such a bad start that the organization feels like they have to make some kind of change, and that ends up happening, and the team goes on a little bit of a run. So I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, look, the O's lineup, there's a lot to like. I think Adley's going to bounce back and have a big year.
A much better year.
Dan, I don't care what anybody says. He was hurt last year. I will truly believe that. The organization will deny it. Adley will say he wasn't. But there was a game against Texas in like the middle of June when he was catching. He took a foul tip off his hand, and his batting splits ever since that moment were so drastic that it's just like, I mean, you can't convince me that it wasn't because of that. So I think Adley's going to bounce back. Jackson Holliday, I mean, this is his first full season as a pro. Obviously, the number one prospect in baseball. Expecting him to have a good year. Gunnar Henderson, I mean, from now for the next decade plus, if he stays healthy, he's always going to be an AL MVP candidate or whatever league he ends up playing in. Hopefully, he's an Oriole for life. And then you got Colton Cowser. You got Jordan Westberg. I mean, their lineup's really good, Denton. It's the starting pitching is certainly the concern with the O's.
What are the O's going to do for money now that they're not stealing from the Nationals television contract?
Big news, right? Big news. I know. The times are changing. Well, better question is, what are the Nats going to do with all that money? Go after some players now.
They go after some players, keep some guys for life. When they draft Holiday's younger brother, they can keep him for life. It'll be great.
Are Nats fans telling themselves that that's why they couldn't re-sign Turner and Harper and all these guys?
No, we told that because the ownership is cheap as hell.
Yeah.
They're cheap as hell.
That's
Despite the fact there's literally a real estate building with their name on it 50 feet away from us right now.
Then I feel like every time I look up, it's like a high point layup.
It's a high point. They're attacking the rim.
They are.
With ease right now.
They certainly are.
I did jump on Bucknell to cover 5.5. Plus 5.5. I thought about the money line, but I was like, I don't want to be too convinced, knowing that they're going to have their run in now, and the Navy might go on a little bit of run in the second half of the second half. Well, there's a 3 for High Point.
My goodness. I mean, Winthrop was up 13 in the second half, and now they're down 6. And all of a sudden, if you have Winthrop plus 7.5, you are sweating this thing out. My goodness. 60-54 with 7:38 to play in the game. Meanwhile, if you had Michigan State, I mean, you didn't need to sweat the game at the start, in the middle, or even now.
I just need them to keep scoring.
Let's see what the live total is down. We're at 151.5. What'd you get?
I got it at 147.5. So, like, I'm feeling comfortable, but you know how this goes, PJ. Never feel comfortable.
Yeah,
Never. I mean, unless you had Michigan laying the 7.5, in which case that one is going to hit. But the over, a lot of factors in that one. I mean, they're up 23 right now. Michigan stinks.
Just cooking. Yeah, I mean, High Point's outscoring Winthrop 31-15 here in the second half. After being down 39-29 at the intermission, outscoring them by 16 so far here in the second half. They're up 10. Meanwhile, Denton, I've been telling you in this game, it feels like every time Bucknell's going to go on a little bit of a run, Navy's just answering. 55-43. Telling you, 12-1. I took them this morning to win the Patriot League, and anchor down, baby.
You see what they just did there? So Bucknell went and called a timeout. They did the classic run to the corner of the front court, call a timeout, reset here.
Yeah.
And Navy tried to steal the ball. They're locked in. Usually you're like, all right, we'll just let them do it. We know what's coming here. But when you're making that sort of effort, midshipmen are locked in today, PJ. I think you made the right call on this one. I feel like an idiot for just putting the 5.5 on there.
Bucknell plus 7.5 on the live line now, plus 375 on the money line. I already hedged with Bucknell plus 4.5, so I got a bad number. But if Navy wants to win by 4, that would be lovely. How about our Baltimore boys, Towson? They're the number 1 seed in the CAA conference. They're up by 8 today against Drexel. They're 7.5-point favorites on the live line with a total of 155.5. Iowa's taking on Nebraska right now. Iowa up 41-38 in that game. Rutgers taking on Minnesota 25-23. Rutgers on top, and then FAU up 24-14 on East Carolina. We also got the ACC championship going on in women's college basketball.
That court is beautiful.
You like that?
Oh, that's sensational.
Little tie-dye look?
A little tie-dye, but you still leave the paint open. I love this. The NBA needs to take notes from this. You know when they did those silly little in-season tournament courts that looked atrocious?
Yes.
This is a great court because you still it feels like a conference championship, but it's not obnoxious.
You know what else is kind of sick, too, is that it represents the colors of, both teams, right? You got the Duke blue in there with, the little bit, especially if NC State was wearing their pink jerseys. It's kind of good. NC State up 24-16, 6 minutes to go in the second quarter. Are you a fan of the 10-minute 4 quarters that the women do, or do you like the 2 20-minute halves that the men do?
I'll do two 20-minute halves in college.
Yeah.
I just think it differentiates itself between professional and college.
I agree.
And you get the same amount of timeouts anyway.
Yes, you certainly do. Real quick, Dan, we got about a little over a minute left. Just want to touch on the Yankees with you, a team that made the World Series last year, even though they lost Juan Soto. If they get good news on the injury front, like if Garrett Cole's okay, Luis Gil's okay, some of these hitters, if they're healthy, ready to make a postseason push, will the Yankees be your pick to go back to the World Series? Not win it, but be the AL representative?
It'll depend how everyone else is playing in some of the other divisions. I do think the AL East feels like it's going to have the representative in its division. But I'm so curious about the Yankees because remember last year, PJ, there was that elongated stretch where it was only Judge and Soto carrying them offensively. And you mentioned all those injuries. It's a long season. It's a long grind. I do wonder without Juan Soto, will they have enough if they hit a slump like that with everybody else?
It's going to be a big question mark. And, yeah, I'm with you. You know, as great as a player as Juan Soto is, I mean, what they were able to do, get Max Fried, get Devin Williams, they were able to improve so much more of their roster. So could end up working out for the Yankees, but you were right. I mean, Soto and Judge for so much of the season.
It was great television.
Oh, man. I mean, they carried that team. All right, when we come back, some more Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. We're going to talk a little football. Ian Cummings going to join us. PFN 365 up next.
Every score, every spread, every second. Inside the Betting Lines keeps you locked in on the action. Only on the BetMGM network. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Denton Day, live on the BetMGM Network.
Then this High Point game is just silliness that they're up 7 points. If you had Winthrop plus 7.5, condolences, because High Point was plus 7.5 at one point in this game, but they're trying to get you the cover. 4 minutes to go. Winthrop down by 7, now down by 5. Beautiful Euro step. 68-63 in the Big South Championship game. Number 1 seed High Point, who is 28-5 on the season, is 3.5 minutes away from getting to the big dance, and a beautiful cut right there for the layup. 70-63. Bucknell, meanwhile, is on a 5-0 run to make it 55-50 with 10.5 minutes left. Denton, we were at commercial break, and we watched Navy's big man foul out with 12 minutes to go. And I said to you, oh, this is not good because Bucknell's got a 7-footer.
Bucknell got a 7-footer. Navy doesn't have anyone else that's a massive human.
And right away, ever since the big fella fouled out, Bucknell goes on a 5-0 run, and it is now 55-50. As I pull up BetMGM, Navy now down to a 2.5-point favorite. So something definitely to monitor there. High Point, Winthrop again, 5-point game, 3 minutes to go there. And Michigan State has just been all over Michigan the entire day, 61-43. But this is why we gamble, because our guy Double D is sweating out the total in the game. With Michigan State up 18. How you feeling? What's the
more than I'd like to be right now?
Live line 152.5, so it's gone up since we talked
so I
last
feel
time.
good, but the pace is slowing down a little bit.
Yeah,
and it's slowing down without a lot of buckets. That worries me a touch. It feels like Michigan just has no offense, and the Spartans' offense has slowed down a little bit. I'm a little worried about that. But maybe Michigan has some sort of run in them. Michigan State was originally a 7.5-point favorite, and I thought that number was too high. But it looks like the Wolverines are putting together a couple of possessions that haven't stunk, which is more than they said in the first half.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that game. High Point with a big 3 to take an 8-point lead. All right, let's check in with our next guest, Ian Cummings, NFL draft analyst at PFN 365. You guys can follow Ian on X at IC_draft. And, Ian, let's start with the big news of the day, man. Myles Garrett, kind of a big surprise, going back to Cleveland, re-signing with the Browns. From a draft perspective, what do you think this, puts? What does Cleveland do that Garrett is coming back? Do you think that they still potentially could go with Abdul Carter and pair those two together? Or does re-signing Garrett now make you think that Cleveland probably going to get a quarterback?
Yeah, when I was looking at that situation when it first popped up and, Garrett pretty much said he wanted out, I want to compete, we're obviously not winning games. We're not close to it right now. And I think, with this contract comes a resolution between the two sides. But to me, behind the scenes, I really think there could be a stipulation, right? Myles Garrett is that important to the team. Teams will always take some feedback from players, right? You see it all the time. And maybe he wants to say, like, hey, if I'm going to stay here, we need to legitimately invest in resources to win, right? And what does Cleveland need more than anything right now? A quarterback. Deshaun Watson, that experiment has not worked out. He's been one of the least efficient quarterbacks on the field when he has been healthy, and that's not taking into account all the off-field stuff. So I think you have to go QB if you want to compete in the short term and have a chance at, satiating Myles Garrett, but also winning back your fan base. I think there's a lot of work to do. The question is there a QB at 2 that's worth the pick? And obviously the guy that's going to be in that conversation for 99% of people is Shedeur Sanders. The most people are assuming if the guy goes number 1, it's going to be Cam Ward. So does Shedeur Sanders win you over if you're Cleveland? I think that's the question to answer. I think he has a chance, but he's also not a bona fide franchise caliber quarterback. I think they need to take a QB if they want to keep Garrett happy, but it's all about the evaluation.
Ian, a suggestion and scenario that I laid out to PJ earlier in our program was that they still take Abdul Carter number 2 in the hopes that Shedeur might fall and then trade back into the late or mid-first round to get Shedeur, get the 5th-year option, because they have a litany of draft picks they can utilize to trade back while still then getting Abdul Carter, keeping Myles Garrett, and getting a quarterback. Do you think that's something that could happen, or do you think Shedeur goes off the board in the top 10?
Last week I would have told you probably less likely. But this week, I would probably say more likely. I think as the dominoes start to fall in free agency, we'll get a clearer picture. But the Titans, they have a choice to make whether they take Cam Ward at number 1 or not. The Giants, we've seen that maybe they'll be in the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes. We've seen the Raiders trading for Geno Smith. Obviously, the Jets have Tyrod Taylor in the wings as a guy with some starting experience if they want to use him as bridge QB. So you have a lot, and also Derek Carr, I believe his contract was restructured, so he'll be the starter for at least the foreseeable future there. So a lot of these QB-needy teams that are in the top 10, a week ago I would have told you probably one of those teams is going to take Shedeur if he falls far enough, right? But we're seeing a lot of these teams position themselves so they're not backed into a corner to take a QB, and that could cause a guy like Shedeur Sanders to fall down the board because there's so much blue-chip talent at the top with guys like Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, Mason Graham, Will Johnson, all of those kinds of prospects. So a week ago, I would have said probably not, but as we see more of these teams investing in safety blankets at QB, I do think there's a chance that if you're Cleveland, you can say, hey, let's take Abdul Carter. Let's build the most fearsome pass rush duo that we can. That would really take their front seven up a step and then get farther down the board to the teams. And if Shedeur Sanders is still there, you got to play the board. You got to be really proactive because you don't want to miss your shot. But I think you have to be aggressive. You have to get a QB at some point, but I do think that's on the table now.
Ian, did you like the move that the Raiders made getting Geno Smith on Friday? And now what do you see them maybe doing with their 7th overall pick? We know through the years the Raiders are a big wild card, right? They took Brock Bowers last year. Not a lot of people expected them to do that. Could you see them maybe reaching and going with Genty? Do you think maybe they could go with like McMillan maybe at 7? Where do you see the Raiders going now that they traded for Geno?
Yeah, it's a tricky move. And first off, I do like the move. I think the Raiders needed more than one thing. They needed stability, but they also needed a culture change, right? We were looking at that team kind of in the rearview mirror in the late stages of the Antonio Pierce year. The culture was clearly a little troublesome, right? Guys weren't trusting each other. There was a lack of direction. So I think getting Pete Carroll, John Spytek, Tom Brady, I think that really sets the ship right. And then in Geno Smith, you have a guy who built himself back up, right? Who really kind of re-energized his career, resurrected himself, and became a really good starter. Even this past year, his stats weren't great on the surface, but when you watch the tape, he's I think a top shelf QB in this league. So gives them a direction, gives them leadership. And you mentioned it, they are kind of a wild card. It's difficult to know what to expect with this new regime, but I think this move opens up a lot of pathways for them. You don't have to worry about QB now. You can go with any type of position. I think on the offensive side, though, I think you definitely have to seriously consider a playmaker. Looking at their roster, 2 big red flags that I pinpointed, running back and wide receiver, right? Jacoby Myers could be leaving, right? And they don't have really much of anything outside of him. So getting a wide receiver, if Ted McMillan is there, I think he'd be a great big body target for Geno Smith because he can catch anything. He's got pretty good route running ability. He's got some sneaky rack ability too. So I really like Ted McMillan. Matthew Golden is rising up the board. I think 6 is probably a little high for him, but if you want speed, if you want route running, he's got that too. Another position I would consider though is corner because I think at cornerback they're losing some there too. Nate Hobbs is a free agent. Will Johnson could be an option. I think you have to go with a playmaker or a skill position. The trenches are pretty decently off right now for them, but getting a playmaker who can really take that offense or that defense to the next step would be huge. Ashton Jeanty, one of my favorite players in the draft. Just for the Raiders, their roster it's rough enough that I would pass on a running back right now, and also the RB class is really strong, so you could get a guy on day 2.
I was going to ask about Ashton Jeanty. I saw in your latest mock draft you have him going 10 to Chicago. What do you think is the highest, or I guess lowest, that he could end up going? Do you think he gets into maybe the first 1 through 9 picks?
I think he could, for sure. It's, again, with running backs, it's so difficult. How do you value these guys? And Jeanty's a unique one because the last running back to go in the top 10, Bijan Robinson, going 8 to the Falcons, he was a guy who everyone agreed he was a generational prospect at running back. This is a guy who had the elusiveness, the receiving ability, the vision, the contact balance, but also the size, right? Like he checked that box right off the bat. Ashton Jeanty doesn't quite have that. He's definitely dense enough. He's really compact. He's low to the ground. I don't think his size is an issue personally. I think being low to the ground really helps you as a runner. That natural leverage, you can get under guys, you can keep the legs turning. But some teams might have really strict size thresholds for him. So how high does he rise? The Raiders at number 6, I would say is the peak for him. That's the highest he can go, right? But even then, if I'm the Raiders, I would consider getting a playmaker at another position and maybe getting a running back later on in the draft. But, I mean, if you want to get him, he's a tone setter. I think he is truly – he's the closest thing we've seen to Robinson since that class. Love his game, his three-down game. So he's a talented player. It's just maybe you can play the value of the board positionally a little better. The farthest I could see him going, off the top of my head, the Cowboys at 12, if he falls that far. And I know there are reports that the Cowboys want to bring back Rico Dowdle at running back. There are reports that, they got familiarity with him. He had a pretty decent year relative to expectation. But if you have a caliber player like Ashton Jeanty fall to you at 12, we know the Cowboys this past year, playing ball control offense was a really big struggle for them, right? They couldn't run the ball consistently. Rico Dowdle got a lot of volume, but that running offense wasn't always the most efficient. So I think they definitely need to re-up on the offensive line because Zach Martin retiring is a big blow for them. But if you can get a guy like Ashton Jeanty, you can be that true next-level playmaker at the running back position, especially for Brian Schottenheimer, who traditionally has valued the running game a little bit more. I think that could be a big steal for them. So I could see him going to 12. I could see him falling past 12. But for me, the team to circle as that gateway team is the Dallas Cowboys.
It feels like Jeanty to Dallas is like what Jerry Jones dreams of at night. Real quick here, about 30 seconds. How do you feel about TreVeyon Henderson?
TreVeyon Henderson, love him, man. He's versatile. He's explosive. I've been a big fan of his for a while. I know the medical history is a big concern, but one of the most complete three-down backs in this class, I think. If you want a guy who can be a weapon in the passing game, in the running game, he's got vision, he's got great cutting flexibility. I think he's a guy who could fall a little bit because of that injury history, but could be one of the best value running backs in the draft. So he's one that I would have circled and starred on my board.
There you go. Ian Cummings. Make sure you guys follow him on X at IC_draft. Does great work for PFN 365. Ian, we really appreciate the time, man. Hope to talk to you again soon leading up to the draft.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. All right, really good stuff there from Ian. Yeah, Denton, it's just right. There are going to be more moves that obviously happen during the offseason and how that affects what these teams want to do, how that affects all these betting markets. I think that's a big reason, Denton, why right now, really on all these books, the only NFL draft market you can bet is the number one overall pick because these odds makers aren't dumb. They know that there's a lot of offseason moves that are going to be made, and it's going to change kind of how teams view the draft and what their needs are going to be and how those change. So the Raiders are just the latest perfect example of how that could be. Hour 3 on the way next here inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Denton Day. We'll give you an update on all the college basketball going on here in the month of March.
Every score, every spread, every second. Inside the betting lines keeps you locked in on the action. Only on the BetMGM network.
non-stop.
Here's Stewart to the hole. Wham! With the right hand.
Forget birdie. Just hole the third shot for Eagle.
Runs in, puts it up, and Houston gets the lead.
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Sunday covered.
One of my favorite rules in betting, the first game after a team fires a coach, you always back them.
BetMGM has them 20-1. That's a pretty good number.
I just want no part of betting against this team.
Was the bully not awake when you were getting bullied by LeBron James?
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Denton Day on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, man, we are sweating out some college hoops here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. 2 hours still to go with you. We're here until 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We got Bucknell up 63-61 on Navy with 5 minutes to go in the first of two Patriot League semifinals. You also have American and Colgate after this one. Michigan's starting to make things a little bit interesting in terms of the spread. They were 7.5-point dogs. They're down to 13 now as it's 69-56. What isn't great for our guy Denton is the total. It's off the board now. But Michigan State has not been doing a lot of score. They only have 19 points in the second half.
I seeded 143. Just for a little bit of context, PJ, it is now 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Mm-hmm.
At 1:36 p.m. Eastern Time, when we finish our second segment in hour number 2, Michigan State had 61 points. At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, they have 69 points. Nice, but not nice.
Yeah, it's tough, Dan. That's tough.
And Michigan is not, Michigan is at the very least, they are scoring, but they're not scoring enough to then keep pace with the over that I need to hit.
That's really tough, my guy. Condolences.
Can we hit some threes? Can we get some layups? Can we make some free throws? Lord have mercy.
Thoughts and prayers to you, sir.
I didn't think this was going to be a sweat at all. I'm about to sweat through this little thing.
That's college basketball for you, man. Just these droughts are brutal. So Michigan State live total 143.5. Michigan State minus 13.5 on the live line as well. Navy is plus 225 on the live money line against Bucknell trailing by 2. Towson just hit a massive three to take an 80-76 lead over Drexel with 30 seconds to go. Iowa's up 64-54 on the road at Nebraska, who have just really crumbled down the stretch here of the season. Rutgers up 38-29 on Minnesota. FAU up 41-23 on East Carolina as well. Dan, we got some really good games starting here in the next couple minutes. We got American 2.5-point favorites over Colgate. We got the A-Sun championship game between Lipscomb and North Alabama, and we have Bradley and Drake in the Missouri Valley championship game, or as they like to call it, they're out in St. Louis, Arch Madness. By the way, did you hear that the Big Sky Conference Tournament is in Boise State, and did you hear what the nickname for that conference tourney is?
I did not.
That would be Starch Madness out in Boise. So you got Arch Madness and Starch Madness. You got
I didn't realize there were so many different directions you could go with Arch
with
at
the
Arch,
end,
but it's great. I like it.
They find a way to do it. So we'll be sweating that out. But anything in those plays for you, I have a future on Bradley to win the Missouri Valley at plus 310. So I'll be sweating that out. And then this Lipscomb North Alabama game. So I saw the total for High Point steam down from 160.5 to 157.5, and it went under. And I've seen this Lipscomb North Alabama total come down a couple points as well. So it kind of makes me want to bet the under. So
I feel like it might be too. I feel like
it
might be too late though.
Okay.
Yeah, like once that starts dropping, like I felt bad about the Michigan State thing because you had told me that earlier today you saw 146.5.
Yep.
I got it 147.5, and then by tip I think it was at 148.5, maybe 149.
Yep.
So I felt good, but originally I was like, man, if that line's moving and I'm part of the reason it's moving, that's not a good spot to be. Well, not me personally, but you get the idea. If I'm on that side, so I feel like if that line is coming under, you might be too late on betting the under.
Yep, 100%. Navy had 6 points in 8 minutes. Now they have a 3-pointer, Den. They got the 1-point lead, 64-63. Oh, man, what a battle we got going in Bucknell. So we'll be sweating that out. We'll keep you posted on all the games going on live. Colgate and American, I kind of wanted to take Colgate in the first half which means that if you're listening to this, you probably should because I didn't bet it, and I'm sure now it'll hit. But I kind of am leaning that direction. American got off to a terrible start against Lafayette in the first half of their quarterfinal game. They were down double digits and had to come back and win that one, and Colgate just steamrolled in their first matchup. So I kind of like Colgate in the first half, and maybe if Navy wins this game outright, then I'll jump in live potentially with the first half bet, or maybe on Colgate. But I'm thinking that one, and then as I told you, that under in North Alabama Lipscomb. Would you dare take the over 118.5 between Drake and Bradley? They are daring you, Denton Day, to take some over. But usually when they're daring you to do something, there's a reason for it.
It's like when you're betting Iowa football over.
Yes.
It's like
It's
36 and a
exactly
half
what it's
seems
like.
low. Should I jump on this? At
13-10 final.
These two teams played like 2 weeks ago, didn't they?
I think they did.
Yeah, I think they did because we were watching it. And I'm looking up to see. So they played at Bradley this season. It was 64-57. So that would have cashed on your 118.5. And then the last time these two played, it was 61-59. That would have cashed on the 118.5. So they've played twice and already hit that number. I am curious as to why it is as low as it is now when they've hit it twice this year. Now, I'm looking at Drake's schedule. They only had 57 points in their win over Belmont, but they scored 70 the game prior against Southern Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
I might take the over in that one. They're daring me. Vegas is daring me, but I feel like if one of the teams can get to at least 60, I feel like the other team won't be far behind. I don't see this being like a massive blowout or like a 12-point win, you know?
Yeah. No, I think that's
118.
fair.
That's
118
so
is insanely
low, though.
Well, these unders in the Missouri Valley have just been absolutely on fire. So I think people are just blind betting it. And Drake plays at the slowest pace in the nation. So a lot of people are betting that under.
We just saw a massive business decision taken.
Oh,
in the
we
Michigan
did.
State
We nearly
game.
saw a massive walk too, but I guess he was good. This is down to a 12-point game though, so for anybody who had Michigan and thought their 7.5 was completely dead, you have a ton of life as you're only down 12 with 3 minutes to play. Denton, they're at 130 points right now, and you have what again?
147.5.
147.5. So we need 18 points. So you need Michigan.
I need them to stop messing with the shot clock and attack the rim.
Yeah, see, you need Michigan to get it close enough to where they can start doing the foul game at the end. You basically need Michigan to score every possession. You need that's got to go in. And missed it. All right, we'll see.
What I need is the game to be close enough to where they start fouling.
Yep.
You know, when you start fouling, hey, good call, ref. Get them to the line. Get them to the line.
There you go.
When you
Free
start
throws.
fouling, and then I need Michigan State to hit these free throws. I need fouls. I need buckets by Michigan. Fouls and buckets.
That you do. Meanwhile, Lipscomb off to a hot start. This is going to be a good game in the ASUN, Lipscomb and North Alabama. These have been the best two teams all year. Once again, it's a conference. It's a campus site, I should say, conference championship game. And Lipscomb, if you haven't seen them before, they love to jack a lot of threes. So that should be an entertaining ball game. Navy has retaken the 3-point lead against Bucknell 66-63 as well. And then Duke's coming back in the ACC championship in the women's tournament. That is a 39-36 game. Red Panda performed at halftime, Denton. So that alone worth the price of admission for anybody.
I'm so glad she gets national recognition. I remember when she used to come to Maryland games when I was younger, and I was like, she deserves more. And now she's like a national entity. I love it.
Oh, look at that. Air ball on Bucknell. Navy gets the ball back. We just need a Navy 3-point victory, Denton, and then we literally cash everything on this show. It'll be the greatest thing ever.
If I lose the Bucknell plus 5.5 that I took second half live and the Michigan State-Michigan over that felt like it was a shoo-in after the first half because Michigan State forgot how to score in the second half, it's not going to be a fun final 90 minutes.
It's going to be March Sadness for you.
March Sadness already.
March Sadness in full effect. By the way, speaking of March Sadness, you were the opposite of sad when you were at your bachelor party this past weekend in Austin. How was that? Great time?
I was. It was fantastic.
First time in Austin?
First time in Austin. Tacos, unbelievable. I don't know how I'm supposed to come back and go to Bar Taco in D.C. after having tacos in Austin. It just wasn't fair. But the weather was great, as you can imagine.
Did you go to Terry Black's barbecue?
I did go to Terry Black's barbecue.
How good is that place?
That was fantastic.
How insane is the ordering process when you go in there and they literally want you making like split-second decision? You get a little frazzled, don't you?
I was like, can a brother breathe?
Yes,
like,
exactly.
I don't know. I don't even know what's around.
They don't mess around.
I'm like, I'm in the lunch line. The person that was in line in front of me ordered $500 worth of things. I was like, what is happening right now? It's like, do you want cobbler? I was like, I don't know. What flavors do you have? And they're like, you gotta figure it out now. What pudding do you want? I was like, I didn't know you had pudding. Like, it was a lot, PJ. I ended up getting the sides of the mac and cheese. You know, you have to get mac and cheese. And then I went with rice because I didn't have time to breathe.
Yeah.
And I didn't have
no
time
beans, huh?
I would have loved to have beans. I didn't know.
But you were panicking.
They were in the midst of changing the beans,
I get it.
so I didn't see them. And then they're like, well, you need to answer. I didn't really have to because it was all my guys behind me. It's not like they care that much. And then they took their sweet-ass time. They saw me panicking up there, and one of them took like 6 minutes to order. I was like, why didn't I just do that?
Our producer, Addie, she's from Austin.
Yeah, do you panic when you go there? Like, I was so frazzled.
She's the person to talk about this. She was low-key mortified when you said you got rice at Terry Black's.
I will say, I did not know that people went to a barbecue place to get rice. That's the first time I've ever heard of that.
I didn't know they had it, and then they did. They're like, do you want it? I was like, I guess. I have no idea.
And
I'd like rice.
You're saying, like, what kind of, like, do you want cobbler? I'm like, yeah, peach cobbler, and I want that. I want it heated up because I want ice cream on it. What kind of pudding? I want banana pudding.
I didn't know they had ice cream until we sat down, and like a child walked by with ice cream. I was like, where did he get that?
That place is so intimidating, though. Did you go? You went to 6th Street, I assume?
Yes, we did. We did go 6th Street.
And what's the other
South
one?
Congress.
Is it Rainy?
Rainy. We hit all the streets.
Yeah.
Rainy's like the new hip.
The new
hip.
The new
it's
hip place.
Very good.
We went to a comedy show at one of the comedy clubs. I think it was Joe Rogan's comedy club. It was very well kept, but also still had like the classic comedy club, basement feel, which was very nice. So. We had a great time, man. We really did. The food was great. We ate a lot. It was fantastic.
Did
Got
you
out on the river.
Walk around campus at all a little bit?
We did not. We went to I think we went to the taco joint, and there's multiple. I wanted to go to the one that was on campus.
You like tacos?
I do love tacos.
Yeah, you do like tacos.
It was for breakfast as we were leaving, but the one on campus was closed on Sundays, which feels like a terrible business decision. I mean, your kids are all getting drunk on Saturday. Don't you want some hangover tacos? That I'll make them money for that.
True.
So we end up going away from campus, closer to the airport. But it was fantastic.
Outstanding. That's great. You had good weather. My buddy was out there for a bachelor party a couple weeks before. He said it was raining the whole time. So that's great.
I still would have made my dudes get out on the water. I was like, you're getting wet anyway. You just get out there.
Are the bats there this time of year? Like, you know what I'm talking about when you go over what is that?
Yeah. So we have the bats. If you can go, because they're in Capitol. They're like right over there, and they're the Mexican free-tailed bats. You can go on a boat underneath the bridge, and they'll be out. I don't think they're out right now. I think it's still like a month out.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, but
they were definitely not out. I do not recall.
They
seeing
have bats in Austin, which is like
that would be sick. I love that, man.
We were taking an Uber, and the guy and we're like, "Why are all these people?" And he was like, "Oh, they're seeing the bats." And I'm like, "They're seeing the what?
They're seeing the what?
Just people are just hanging out looking for bats. That's cool, I guess."
A lot of the
awesome.
whammos, a lot of those. That's kind of freaky.
All right, so Den, you're at 1:39.
I'm wrecked.
Yeah.
I got completely toasted because Michigan State went like 6 minutes without scoring, and Michigan stinks.
Absolutely.
They had one job: just score the basketball. It's final game of the season. All you got to do is put points up on the board. Yeah, I know Michigan State's good. Can't do it. They're gonna get duped in the Big Ten tournament too. I hate the Wolverines.
Just killer. All right.
You got two tall dudes. They're taking fadeaway 15-footers instead of attacking the freaking basket. All I wanted was points. I just wanted everybody to have fun. I thought, Michigan State laying 7.5. That's huge on Sunday. I hate Michigan.
Wasn't I? A lot of people do.
Like I need Juwan Howard to come back just so we can start beefs with people to make them entertaining. They can't score. They're not fun to watch. They got tall dudes, again, PJ, tall dudes shooting 15-foot fadeaways.
I know.
You're down 15. Attack the basket.
Well, now you need to shift all your energy to Bucknell because
they're now down 6.
Well, we have a chance in our middle. We need Navy money line, and then we need Bucknell to lose by 4 because I have 4.5 and you have 5.5. So
if all my golf bets don't hit, I'm going to be furious.
Oh yeah, we haven't talked golf today. We got the final round of the Arnold Palmer Invitational. That's
I
really
thought
good.
all my basketball bets were going to hit, PJ. I didn't know this was going to be an issue.
I took Nick Taylor to win this week outright at like 110-1. So unless he shot 17 under today, I don't think I'm in contention on that one.
I did take Scotty Scheffler to finish top 5 today. I also took him at 75-1 to win. I was like, if you're going to give me Scheffler at 75-1, I'll take it.
I like that. Man, Keegan Bradley is 8 under par today. He's 7 under for the tournament. 4 shots off the lead of Morikawa, who leads Russell Henley by 2. Good call in the final round of the Arnold Palmer Invitational. So we'll keep you posted on that. Also, we'll keep you posted on Navy and Bucknell. We're sweating that up. Colgate's already up 7-2 on American in the first half. And I told you, Colgate first half. Staring right there at me. Didn't take it. But yeah, we'll see if Colgate can build a little bit of lead. Maybe we'll take American live. PJ Glasser, Denton Day, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second. Inside the Betting Lines keeps you locked in on the action. Only on the BetMGM Network. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network.
Man, there is nothing like a conference championship game on campus. Lipscomb in North Alabama, 21-10. Nashville is absolutely rocking. North Alabama calls timeout. Towson advances with an 82-76 win over Drexel. Navy up 75-70 right now against Bucknell with a minute to go. Michigan State up 79-62 with 6 seconds left. Iowa up 74-66 over Nebraska. Yeah, not good for our guy Denton. Rutgers up 42-38 on Minnesota.
I mean, they just couldn't score. There was a fight that broke out. I didn't see nearly enough free throws as a result. Like, I want technicals on everybody on the court. Get guys to the free throw line. If we can get 10 free throws out of that little pushing and shoving match, I would have taken it. And the refs did none of it. They decided to let the guys be the guys. Whack. Give me free throws. Terrible.
Well, there you go. Denton, Michigan, or Maryland is going to be the number 2 seed in the Big Ten tournament with that loss by Michigan. So Michigan State, number 1 seed in Indy. Terps, number 2 seed. Navy trying to inbound the ball, and we got a foul on Bucknell.
I hope all the hopes and dreams of the Michigan Wolverines fail.
They probably will. They probably will. I think a lot of people are looking forward to fading them in the first round of the Big Ten tournament and in the NCAA tournament as well. And I got to say, I'm concerned for the future of the Naval Academy, Denton, because they're fouling shooters up 3. Their head coach is having their big men foul out with 12 minutes to go in the game. It's not good stuff.
That is what we call not great.
For the future of our Navy. Not good.
I mean, they're up 5 now, though.
They are.
And they got a bunch of dudes. They have fielded a roster specifically of free throw shooters, guys that are really, really good at that, which does not help the 5.5 that I'm currently riding right now.
Yeah.
So I need Bucknell to be a little aggressive.
This kid's 14 for 15 from the line
Like,
right
it's
now.
literally the entire I haven't seen him do anything else. He is literally on the floor to shoot free throws.
And he's doing it rather well.
And they keep fouling him.
One more to make it a 7-point game, and he does that. 77-70. 46 seconds left. Navy doesn't have any timeouts left. Bucknell has just the one. Denton's sitting on Bucknell plus 5.5. I'm sitting on Bucknell plus 4.5. He makes the layup.
Everybody hang. Everybody chill.
Then it's just going to be this back and
It's
forth
gonna
game.
be
But you're
back and forth.
They can't let number 1 shoot the free throws. And there he goes again.
Force a turnover.
They got to trap.
Trap.
They got to get it out of somebody else's hand. Nope, they're just going to keep fouling number 1. And he's going to go back to the line where he's 15 for 16 today. So we'll see how that works out for
He
Bucknell.
has 19 points, PJ. He's literally 2 of 12 from the field.
Crazy.
But he is 15 of 16 from the free throw line.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
He is the leading scorer.
Denton, let's talk some NBA real quick because I think the futures market is getting rather interesting. You have both the Celtics and the Thunder at minus 125 to win both the Eastern and Western Conference. They are on a collision course to meet right now in the NBA Finals, it would appear. Which of those favorites would scare you more to lay the juice with, OKC or Boston?
I would feel like Boston, I know, can do it because I saw them do it.
Yep.
With OKC, you're like, it is a lot of hope more than it is known. And sometimes the unknown is a lot more entertaining than the known. And I think Oklahoma City would be a lot more entertaining than Boston just because Boston is kind of boring. But I would feel more comfortable with Boston just because oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, my God. Why did he do that?
Bucknell just chucking up a deep 3, air ball.
He chucked like a 40-footer.
He did.
And they had plenty of time.
27 seconds left. 7-point game.
There are people that legitimately think that college basketball is better than the NBA. I understand the theatrics of March might be more entertaining. That is not better. Oh, my God. What was he thinking?
Oh, tough.
Was he watching Dame Lillard highlights from the bubble before this game? What got into him?
The good news is that Navy just threw the ball out of bounds, so Bucknell is going to get it back with 26 seconds left. They're asking to see if they can review it. Lipscomb, meanwhile, up 21-10. Arch Madness is getting ready to begin in St. Louis between Bradley and Drake, which should be a terrific basketball game. Our producer, Addie Bates, shout out to Valpo yesterday. Valiant effort in Arch Madness. Then I was locked in on that game. It was so good. Valpo had a big lead in the first half, and then Bradley just could not miss a shot in the second half. Also, Drake was down big in the first half, and they came back to beat Belmont. So both of those teams today, that should be a really good game. You know what? I actually think I'm going to sprinkle overtime in that game because why not?
You know what I need to happen right now, PJ?
Super duper low. Yeah, what's that?
I need this to be off Navy, which it clearly is off Navy.
Yeah.
I need Bucknell to get to the basket and make a layup.
Sure.
And then I need Navy to beat a press and then just don't foul.
I think all good strategies.
Just keep it at 5. Well, you have Bucknell at 4.5, yeah?
I have Bucknell at 4.5.
All right, so I need them to hit a 3.
Correct. That
and
would
then
be
break the
lovely.
press and just forget to foul.
That would be
or
lovely.
just miss. Like one of those things where they miss, and at this point it's too late.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, this is big. They got to score right here. And also, Navy's got to miss free throws. I mean, they're just not coming back.
Yeah, just give it to literally anybody but number 1.
They don't miss free throws. All right, Drake and Bradley were underway. Bradley up 8-6 early on in Drake. I got overtime at 14-1 Denton Day. I think it's a great bet.
8-6 already. They're flying offensively.
8-6, yeah. 4 minutes into this game, the
For
live
an
total.
over-under that was 118.5.
118.5 up to 121.5. Meanwhile, I'm looking at betting Northern Alabama soon here, pretty live. Denton Lipscomb is 6 for 8 from 3-point range. That is not going to continue. So I think we're going to get a good live betting opportunity here on North Alabama pretty soon. We'll see when that is. As they drop in their first 3, cut it to 7. Bucknell, they need a 3 bad. Oh, that kid got stuffed. That's a great look. That's in. Oh, he missed it. Rebound tip. Big man.
There we go. There we go. All right, here we go.
Down 5 with 18 seconds to go.
The guy that got stuffed, by the way, was the same dude that took that
it was.
insane shot.
79-74 Navy. They have no timeouts left, and they just get it into the good free throw shooter yet again.
Oh, why do they keep doing this?
Yeah.
I don't want to coach the team up, but I probably put more than one guy on number 1.
Denton, maybe their strategy is if we put him to the line so many times, eventually he has to miss one.
Navy is 31 of 36. Their whole mantra is discipline. They probably practice free throws more than plays.
That's probably true.
Meanwhile, Bucknell's missed 10 of them. Navy's 86% from the floor. Bucknell's 65.
Yeah, this kid, Austin.
Oh, this is brutal.
Austin Benigini is 16 for 17, and it's just he doesn't even hit rim.
You think you're going to out-discipline the Navy?
It's just nothing but net. I think our only hope, Denton, is that Bucknell hits a 3 as time expires. And they lose by 4. That's what we got to have happen. Because this kid, it's why don't they just double team him?
Like force anyone else to shoot the free throws.
I mean, it's insane. This kid is 17 for 18 from the line. Bucknell's chucking it deep. Make sure you don't get a backcourt. Oh,
why?
There you go.
Great shot. Great shot, actually. I wish you did that earlier.
That was the ultimate. No. Yes. Made it. All right.
Now chill.
Oh, maybe they were going to run out the clock. At least
these
another
refs
kid
are so trigger happy.
At least another kid is shooting free throws for
All right,
Navy.
let's see what number 10
See,
has
you're
done
in a
today.
good spot because if he hits 1 of 2, you got it.
10 is 2 of 2 from the field.
I need him to miss, but I mean, Denton, this is just coming right down. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
This
It
is
really
the most we've sweat out a game, I think, in the 3 years we've been doing the show together.
I agree. Well, it's because we have such a great opportunity for a middle. And because the Michigan State beat was just horrendous.
Michigan State thing
that
was terrible.
Tough. That was tough. All right, Jinwoo Kim going to line. 63% this year. But Denton, because you need him to miss one, he's 100% from the line.
Ah,
he
yes, here we go.
Oh, you're going to hit your 5.5, and I'm going to lose the 4.5. Oh, at least as long as Navy wins. All right, Jinwoo
missed
Kim.
the second one. If they miss the second one, get an offensive rebound, I was going to cry.
You knew he was going to make it. What that miss does, at least, if Bucknell misses here, then it gives us an opportunity.
If they foul again,
why chucking it that far?
Why?
Oh.
I mean, so we were criticizing the Navy coach for letting his big guy get fouled out with 12 minutes. Can you just inbound the Bucknell is they're throwing Hail Marys. Just inbound the basketball. It's not like Navy is heavily pressing. They just got a guy within 6 feet of him.
10 seconds left. Bucknell in the corner. Oh, we got a foul.
All right, hey, you might be in play here still.
Or did he step out of bounds? What's the call?
He better not have stepped out of bounds. Could you imagine if he stepped out of bounds?
Then I think he stepped out of bounds. Or he traveled. Oh, he stepped out of bounds. Oh, my God, Denton, he stepped out of bounds.
Oh, my God, he stepped out of bounds.
He stepped out of bounds, Denton. He stepped out of bounds. with 9 seconds to go.
This has been, from a fundamental standpoint, the worst basketball game I've ever seen.
Bounds, and now number one.
Do not foul. Do not foul.
Oh, they fouled.
What are you doing?
They fouled the greatest free throw shooter in the history of college
Why?
basketball. I don't know.
You're down 5 with, just let it go.
Meanwhile,
they're going to do all this to be down 7 and then take a 50-footer and miss.
Navy money line. Shout out to you guys getting the job done. Let's go. Denton, we're in this together.
This
though.
is abysmal.
What this does now is he's going to make both. I mean, he's 19 for 20 from the line. He's going to make both.
Dude, he's like 6'1", white with the leg sleeve. He literally is just on the team for free throw.
Oh,
he missed! He
missed, Denton. He missed. We jinxed him. Denton, surely he won't miss two.
Sure.
If there was ever a lock.
Get the guy's Chick-fil-A. You know what I mean? Like, where's the Chick-fil-A deal?
If there has never been more of a lock in the history of basketball than this free throw.
He's going to miss the second one. They're going to get an offensive board.
He made it, obviously. 6-point game, but we can both hit our bets.
They're gonna chuck
this down. We need a Bucknell basket as time expires. I'm sliding you the bell for good vibes. They're calling a timeout. Calling a timeout. You got your bell behind your laptop.
I got my bell
okay.
right here.
Good vibes. 6 seconds left. This is what we call, ladies and gentlemen, in gambling, the cover play.
Oh my God!
This is what it's all about, Denton.
If he draws
we need the best out of bounds play of the year. Now the problem is they're going to shoot a 3.
They're going to shoot.
shoot a 3. That's the problem.
Which is great for you.
Well, I got him 4.5. I would love a 2. I mean,
true. A 2 would be great.
We just need a 2. So
they're going to draw up a play
go for 3
for like a 28-footer with the same guy.
I know.
Their out-of-bounds plays have been abysmal. You got a guy stepping out of bounds.
Not good, Bob.
Like you're throwing it to a guy that you know is a tall dude. Like you know he got very long legs. You're stepping out of bounds. It's a bad pass. Then oh my God.
Tough then. Meanwhile, Drake and Bradley. Drake up 12 to 10. There's some scoring in this game.
Save some offense for the rest of us. Jeez Louise, 12 to 10, easy now.
I can't believe Bucknell stepped out of bounds, Denton. Like, what are they doing?
I mean,
then we're reviewing to see how much time. It should be like 6.4 on the clock probably or something like that. Meanwhile, Duke, I mean, what a run they're on against NC State in the ACC championship game in the women's tournament. They're up 63-53. They were down double digits in the first quarter. So they're coming back, looking like a good money line play there. I took overtime in Bradley Drake at 14-1. We're tied at 12. So if they just want to end the game, that's cool. Go to OT. Appreciate that. 6 seconds left.
6 seconds.
Denton,
all right.
What do you think the chances are that Bucknell hits this 3?
I don't feel great. Let's see what they are. They've not been a good free throw shooting team. They have not been a great 3-point shooting team. They're 33% from 3-point range, 8 of 24. They got 13, who was the dude that took the crazy one, but then also hit the crazy one. He's 3 of 9.
Mm-hmm.
24 is 3 of 5. I would draw a play up for 24, please.
24. All right, let's see. What would really be awesome is if they make this basket as time expires. Just make a basket. 2 works. 3 works. We need to miss 3, and then we need the big 7.
Tip in.
Yes, the big 7-footer
as time expires.
Clean look for 3. Missed it. Rebound. Oh, rebound. Shoot it.
What are you doing?
1 second. Oh,
why?
Missed it.
Is this guy insane? You rebounded it under the basket.
Just take the layup.
Just put it back up.
Just take the layup.
He dribbles 3 seconds out to the corner. He's the slowest guy on the court, and he clanks it. Oh my God in heaven. They thought they could out-discipline the Navy.
Oh, Denton, the layup.
That can't be real.
We were talking about it. The tip-in.
Oh, my Lord, have mercy.
The tip-in. That's what we needed, the tip-in. First of all, they got a great look from 3.
They got a wide-open look.
It couldn't have been any more
Bank
open.
it. Like, for the love of... I know it's Sunday, but make the bank open. What an abysmal final 6 seconds for Bucknell. What an abysmal final 6 seconds for me and my wallet.
So tough.
All because they don't know how to play.
Denton, I don't mean to be that guy, but like Navy 12-1 to win the Patriot League. We're going to the finals, you guys. The midshipmen. Come on. Navy money line. Denton, I wanted that middle for us so bad. We really
That's so
that's
bad.
not on us. That's on them. We did all we needed to do.
He
did our
rebounded
job.
the ball.
We did our. Please give us a
He
demonstration.
rebounded the ball.
Yes.
Right here.
Yes, he did.
Where the yellow is.
And the hoop was where the laptop is, right
where
there.
the yellow is basically where the basket is.
Yep, right there.
And then he goes 28 feet the other way, 23 feet the other way to take a bad corner three. I don't even know if he shot a three the entire game.
Dude, that was bad. That was bad. It was such the right side. Bucknell plus the points. They were doing everything right. Also, why didn't they triple team number one? Finally, they took a kid to the free throw line who wasn't number one, and you get missed free throws.
And you get missed free throws.
Why didn't they triple team that coach, man, for Bucknell? Oh my God.
See, this is the thrill of being a mid-major coach, because you're not going to get skewered. Like, we're skewering him because we lost money.
I know.
There's no local media that's going to get on his ass after this one. He's going to be able to do the same thing next year.
Brutal.
Oh,
that was pain.
Sucks.
We need a timeout. It's a good time for one. We're taking a break. Would you rather? Coming up next inside the betting lines. PJ Glasser, Denton Day.
Every score, every spread, every second. Inside the betting lines keeps you locked in on the action. Only on the BetMGM network. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Denton Day, live on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, man. Been a real quiet show so far. Not a lot going on. PJ Glasser, Denton Day, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM.
I got my emotional support Cheez-Its.
Free
I'm
sponsor.
losing
There
my
you go.
headphones
Nice.
because Michigan State and Michigan can't score in the second half, and then because Bucknell is the most undisciplined basketball team that I have laid my 4 eyes on
Tough,
this
dude.
season.
Oh my God, absolutely brutal. If you're just joining us, last segment was what March is all about, and it's what this show is all about. It's why we're on the air with you guys, 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We're live sweating. We're bettors just like all of you. And Denton and I were on Bucknell. Denton had plus 5.5. I had Bucknell plus 4.5. We both got them live in the second half. I also had Navy money line, so it helped ease the pain a little bit. But Denton was fully riding with Bucknell plus 5.5. Naturally, they lose by 6 because that's how it goes. But just so many missed opportunities for Bucknell. The most and painfully obvious one would be the fact that they sent number 1 to Navy. I don't know his name. We're just going to refer to him as number 1. He was 20 for 22 from the free throw line, Denton. 20 for 22. And
that's like,
for whatever reason, Bucknell did not triple team him. Like, make anybody else go get the ball except that guy. Because on the one time that somebody else went to the line, he went 1 for 2. They missed. That was unreal. That kid was so good from the foul line.
I mean, this dude had 24 points. 20 of them came at the free throw line.
Crazy. Meanwhile, Denton, obviously, we're here in the D.C. studios representing the BetMGM network. We have a chance now at a Navy American Patriot League final in D.C. at Bender Arena, which would be freaking awesome.
That'd be sick.
That'd be awesome. They would get such a great crowd for that. So I told you I liked Colgate in the first half. I stayed away. It's 24-22 Colgate. But selfishly now that I got no dog in the fight, I'm pulling for American. I would love an American Navy final. Get one of those teams in to the big dance. Then we got Bradley up 19-15 early on Drake. Absolutely love to see that as well. Lipscomb also clinging to a 33-29 lead on North Alabama. So plenty of live college basketball going on. We'll update you on all of that. But now let's bring on our producer, Addie Bates. We do a little Would You Rather baseball style. So, Addie, what's the first one you got for us?
Alrighty. Would you rather bet the Phillies to win the NL East at plus 190 or the Red Sox to win the AL East at plus 360?
Man, this is a good question. I think I'd rather go with the Phillies at plus 190. So I certainly am worried about the Phillies, and the Braves they're going to be back healthy. For me, though, I only see the NL East as a 2-team race, whereas I see the AL East as a 3-team race. I'm not high on the Mets this year, Denton. I'm not a believer. I understand they got Soto. I think that was just one of those magical seasons where it was the OMG Mets, it was Grimace, and everything was going right for them. They were a horrible baseball team for the first 2 months. Horrible. And then, look, they struck lightning a lot like the Detroit Tigers did, right? I mean, the Tigers were like, this happens in sports. It happens in baseball where teams just get hot. And then they go on a great season. They have a magical ride, and that's what happened with the Mets. But, I still have concerns with their starting pitching a little bit. And honestly, I still have concerns with their lineup because Lindor was not a very good New York Met outside of like the last 3 months that he put together. So for me, I really only view the NL East between the Braves and the Phillies. And the Phillies, I think a lot of people viewed them as probably the best team in baseball for much of the year last year until they kind of stumbled down the stretch. So they pretty much have the same team returning. 3 good starting pitchers. Their lineup's very solid as well. The Red Sox certainly could win the East, and you're getting a much better price, but I think I'd rather go with the Phillies at plus 190. What about you?
I'm going to go with the Red Sox in this one. I like the number a lot better. I think it's more of a value to the gambler, but on top of that, I feel like the Yankees lineup, obviously they lose Juan Soto offensively, but we don't really know what the status is right now of Garrett Cole and whether or not he's going to be able to play this year. I feel like there's a little bit more room for the Red Sox and at a much better value to the gambler to make this work. I'm on a little bit of a different side than you are with the Mets. I think the Mets might actually not be awful. I think they'll start the season a lot better than they did last year. So I'm going to take the Red Sox at plus 360. I know I'm falling a little bit into the hype because of some of the moves they've made this offseason, but I like the number, so I'm going with the Sox.
Addie, what say you? Phillies or Red Sox? Who do you like?
So up until yesterday, I would have said Phillies. But because of the Yankees, if Garrett Cole, let's say he's out for the season, you're missing Luis Gil, Giancarlo Stanton. Stroman says he wants to be a starter, doesn't want to be in the bullpen. It's like, okay, this is your time to now prove it. I don't know if the Yankees can beat a playoff contending team in a 3-game series, so I would put my money on the Red Sox.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I understand. I mean, the plus 360 is a good price, too. I like the Phillies, I think, more than most people this season. I think they're going to bounce back. But yeah, both teams should definitely make the playoffs this upcoming season. Addie, what's the next one we got up?
Bringing in both of y'all's teams, would you rather bet Gunnar Henderson to win AL MVP at plus 600 or Dylan Cruz to win NL Rookie of the Year at plus 350?
Yeah, I think I'd rather go with Dylan Cruz at plus 350. I look at the NL Rookie of the Year market, and I mean, all these teams are pretty much going to have rookies that contribute. Some teams might have multiple rookies that contribute, but really it's only like 4 or 5 guys that can win it. I mean, AL MVP, it could be a number of people this year. Judge could go out and hit 50, 55 bombs again. He'd be right there. Bobby Witt was a 9-WAR player last year. He should be awesome again. A lot of people think Julio Rodriguez is going to have a monster year. Yordan Alvarez should be really good. As much as I love Gunnar, and I think he's one of the better players in baseball, I just think AL MVP is so much more competitive than NL Rookie of the Year is. And usually NL Rookie of the Year, I mean, you can say MVP too, usually is a hitter, but usually Rookie of the Year is always a hitter. Last year, we obviously had 2 pitchers win it, which I think is making this market a little more skewed than it should be, and that's why you're seeing Sasaki as the favorite. But usually, Rookie of the Year goes to a hitter. So that's why I like Cruz. He's going to be an everyday player for the Nationals. I think he's going to have a good season. So, Dan, I'll go with your guy, plus 350.
Yeah, I'm going with my guy, too. I'm taking Dylan Cruz. I love what I've seen from him at the tail end of last year and then in spring training as well. And then on top of that, PJ, I'm a narrative gambler when it comes to these awards. And his fellow classmate, who was also drafted number 2 overall, 2A team in D.C., won NFL Rookie of the Year offensively. So why not Dylan Cruz winning NL Rookie of the Year? So I'm going to go with Dylan Cruz. I do think he's going to have a really impressive season for a young guy.
Addie?
I'm also on Dylan Cruz. I think, like you were saying, I think Roki Sasaki, by the way, it's hilarious to me that he's a rookie because he's been playing for so long in Japan. I'm like, they're calling this guy a prospect. I'm like, yeah, this is a pretty...
How old is he, do you know?
He's in his 20s for sure, but definitely not prospect. But I think Dylan Cruz, like you said, I think it's going to be easier for him. So I'd also put money on Dylan Cruz.
Yeah, he is 23 years old, but you're right. It's almost like he's been playing professional baseball for so long that it is weird to view him as a rookie. Dylan Cruz, let's see, his age. He's also 23.
He's also
so those
23.
guys, 23 years old. I'm with you guys, though. I like Dylan Cruz as well. Addie, what we got next?
Alrighty, we're going to bring in both the Yankees and the Phillies on this one. So would you rather bet the Yankees to win the American League at plus 300 or the Phillies to win the National League at plus 650?
I'd be all over the Phillies on this one.
I
know I took the Red Sox over the Phillies in terms of the divisional race, but the Phillies have this ability, it feels like, and maybe they only did that one year when Harper went crazy, but they have Bryce Harper on the team, and Bryce Harper is one of those guys where he can flip a switch in the postseason. So if you're making a big run, and we don't know what the injuries could look like with like the Dodgers and even the Phillies, the Braves, whoever, but I'll take the Phillies at plus 650 to win the National League.
So the reason it's a great question is because I think in the postseason, these are the 2 toughest venues to play at in baseball. I think Red October for Philadelphia. I mean, the last couple years, man, just watching some of those moments that they've gotten, it's an electric place to play and really tough for the visitors. And Yankee Stadium, I mean, when the Yankees are good and the Bronx Zoo is jumping around and going nuts, that's a difficult place to play too. But look, it took the Yankees 15 years to get back to the World Series, and now they're 3-1 to get back in back-to-back years. I just don't see it. Addie, you mentioned all the injuries that they have. Garrett Cole, I mean, that's a big deal. If he is out for a significant amount of time, especially in the playoffs, you can't replace that. So I think the Yankees got fortunate last year in the playoffs that they didn't have to play Houston or Baltimore. Now they're likely going to have to deal with those teams again probably, and add the Texas Rangers, who I think is going to win the American League. And I like the Phillies to actually win the National League. So for me, this is an easy answer. I would go with Philadelphia plus 650. How about you?
I would also go with the Phillies, and it's kind of like what we said. Like the Yankees, I don't even think they could beat the Guardians. I don't think they could beat the Royals when it comes to a 3-game series. I think the Phillies could beat the Braves. I think the Mets, it would be interesting. I think they would obviously beat the Mets. And I do think the Dodgers and Phillies, I do think that would be a close series, but I think the Phillies could beat the Dodgers. So I'd put my money on the Phillies at plus 650.
Very good. All right. What is the last one we got?
The last one. Now, this one's interesting because if you look, the Twins are projected right now to win the AL Central, which is crazy to me. So would you rather bet the Royals to win the AL Central at plus 300 or the Twins to win the AL Central at plus 220?
I think a lot of people would take the Royals just because they have one of the best position players in baseball. They have one of the best pitchers in the American League in Cole Reagans. They were a great story last year, but they had so much go right for them. Like Seth Lugo was great. Michael Walker was great. I still don't think they did enough to improve their lineup around Bobby Witt and Salvi. So I'm kind of down on the Royals. I think they were almost a year ahead of schedule, and this year they kind of fall under expectation. Where Minnesota, they were the heavy favorite last year, right? They were minus money to win this division. Now you're getting them at plus 220, and it's virtually the same team. And it's always comes down to health with them. Like Royce Lewis is one of the best players in baseball. The poor guy can just stay healthy, but he pulls a hamstring every time he rounds first base. Byron Buxton has finally turned into the player that a lot of us thought he would be. Carlos Correa is still good. And then their pitching is obviously very solid. You got Lopez and Joe Ryan, Bailey Ober. Duran's one of the better closers in the American League. So you're going to get so many differing opinions on this division. Somebody's going to like the Guardians, the Tigers, the Royals. But at the end of the day, I do think it is Minnesota that ends up winning the division.
I think I'm going to go with the Royals on this one. I hear what you're saying about potentially being a year ahead of schedule. We saw that a couple years ago with Seattle, and then they way underperformed, and everyone started looking at them sideways. But I do think some of the guys that they're hoping are going to take another step forward do. Is it a perfect lineup? No, but I'm going to take the Royals at 3-1.
Addie, what about you?
I am also taking the Royals. I think when it comes to the AL Central, I think this is going to be one of the most exciting divisions to watch this year. I think it'll be a little underrated. Obviously, they don't get as much media attention as like the NL East, but I would also take the Royals just because I feel like the Twins, you never know what's going to happen with them. I forgot, as an Astros fan with Carlos Correa, I almost forgot he was on the Twins. I'm like, oh yeah, does he still play baseball?
Yeah, he certainly does. We're going to talk some more baseball with Corbin Young coming up in about 20 minutes. But coming up next, we got to break down all the NFL news we've had over the last couple days, including the Myles Garrett news that broke right before the show. We'll dive into all that fourth and final hour inside the Betting Lines next.
Every score, every spread, every second. Inside the Betting Lines keeps you locked in on the action. Only on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.